to die. That is probably against the TOS. Hello, 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 my beauties. How are we doing this fine Tuesday / Wednesday when you are with me / Friday? I'm here to make this Tuesday feel like a Friday, enjoy some politics, some philosophy, and most importantly, prepare for our service in World War III. What is your plan on how you are serving? Mine is to get killed by a drone in the first 20 seconds, hence why I will wear as much protection as I potentially can. Thank you immediately to the beautiful Fernadilion for the sub and to Romka Technolenin for the 100 bits. How have we been doing this past few weeks? Today we have very interesting topics to cover, such as the edging, the gooning session between the West and Iran, such as topics like the death penalty, very, very light, such as how food advertising is leading us to our early grave through overconsumption and many other such interesting topics. But impending World War III. Some people say it's happening. Others say it's not. Others say it is just edging between states. But one thing we know here as the Twitch streaming class, we will be spending it streaming. We will be looking at the end as the glow of the glorious nuclear apocalypse shines upon us. We will be here begging for subscriptions. Welcome to death. Welcome to streaming. Welcome to the eternal LARP. Yeah, baby! Fallout, the series came out only so that it can prepare us for our impending doom. You're about to become a ghoul, you're about to become a super mutant, or most likely, you're about to be dead. But anyways, LARP aside, welcome everybody to this beautiful, you're hearing the Who play in the background. This is a beautiful Tuesday over here. It's hot as always. As you can see, my outfit is very outfitting. And Hungarian music. Yeah, Mongolian music, basically Hungarian. The Who. I mean, the most famous fucking, this is the one. The most famous Mongolian song is called Hungary. So that says a lot about Hungarians, especially white supremacist Hungarians. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's very nice to see you. Are you going to fall off your chair again? I will do my best. That is World War III for me. Falling off my chair. So that is why I got this outfit going on. Today, as I promised once a month, we are streaming over on YouTube as well. So hello to all of our beautiful listeners over on YouTube. You have a link that can lead you to Twitch if you want to join some of my favorite children over on this platform. And with that being said, let me go over with the beautiful topics that we will be covering on this lovely day. Which, you know, if you see like strobing lights, like I am in Eastern Europe, so some of the first targets that are going to be hit in the impending nuclear war are going to be here. So if you see some crazy lights or my stream dying all of a sudden, that most likely means that the bombs are dropping, and all you guys, especially in the US, might have enough time to run to a bunker if you have it. Speaking of bunkers, all subscriptions and all donations of this stream will be going towards me building my own bunker. So if you would like to actually have a single living Twitch streamer who is going to be streaming into the void as the apocalypse comes, do consider becoming a sub and avoiding the ad that is going to play in exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank you kindly. All Twitch streamers must be saved. They will be the future of our civilization. So, our topic of today is going to be fascist Germans, fascisting in a very German manner, and what had happened in Berlin. We're going to be talking about the U.S. reaction to what Iran has done, the little edging session, as you can see here on my post from earlier. Are Israel and Iran edging? Yes, indeed, they are edging. Nothing ever happens. Everybody was waiting for the glorious Holocaust, but nothing happened. Speaking of which, like, we did not plan this. Okay, do you know why Iran actually went into full metal jacket with Israel? Because first thought, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, Barry and Dot the Barry. All that money will be going towards my beautiful, beautiful future bunker. And thank you for saving 5 people from ads. And yeah, so on first thought, we posted this literally 3 days ago. Obviously, we've been working on this video for like 15 days, at least 2 weeks, right? Writing it, editing it, making it work, and so on. And yet, the moment we released it, Iran sent the missiles towards Israel. So what I'm saying basically is me and the guys from the deprogram are the true cabal that leads this world. Thank you very much, Jarko, for the 2 gifted subs and for helping your true leader of the free and unfree world survive the impending apocalypse. But yeah, like, no fucking coincidence. We posted this exactly fucking 3 days ago on April 12th as that shit was fucking happening. So go and subscribe to First Thought, I guess, and to this Twitch channel, because it will be causing pretty much every global event from now on. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Also, buy my tactical Twitch gear for $99.99. I'm kidding. Okay, so we're gonna watch the actual reaction of the U.S. to the edging session between Iran and Israel, and through Israel, obviously, the good old United States of America. We're going to be discussing who failed, who didn't fail. Was this a win? Was that not a win? I'm kidding. We're not going to be discussing this because, Jesus fucking Christ, everybody has been discussing it. 2 fucking ends. We're going to look at the video in Palestine that got Yanis Varoufakis banned from Germany. Germans just Germaning. Okay, we're going to talk about some conspiracy theories later, just, a chill episode. We're going to talk about why the United States government is de facto one of the most corrupt governments on planet Earth, and the irony of calling certain states' leadership autocratic and corrupt because they get paid off by the mob, while the United States government quite literally just gets paid off by who? Gets paid off by the good old U.S. capitalist class, right? Then we're going to talk about something like maybe towards the end. There's a very interesting interview with Gabor Mate, who I really respect. We'll learn it too late. 5 regrets trapping people from a life of purpose. Then we might talk about the capital punishment. And then if we have enough time, there's plenty of other interesting topics that we can tackle. If we do not, we will tackle them tomorrow when I will also be streaming. Yes, indeed. Da evet yak shamar. Okay, let me start this video for you as I try to fix YouTube just being fucking YouTube, and I can't even see the live chat. Okay. Israel War Cabinet meets to discuss Iran attack response. Israel War Cabinet, meaning a bunch of fascist Zionist chuds, meet to discuss how they've been slightly dunked on, eh?
Israel's War Cabinet has met for a second time in less than 24 hours to discuss how to respond to Iran's unprecedented drone and missile attack. The government has not made public whether a decision had been reached during the late-night meeting, but reiterated that there...
Okay, YouTube chat, now I can see you. Okay, YouTube chat, I can see you. Let me just move some things around, and this is much better. And this is much better.
Will be a response. Meanwhile, the White House has described Iran's attack on Israel over the weekend as a spectacular and embarrassing failure. Nearly all of the more than 300 missiles and drones were shot down. Earlier, Saeed Shahata from BBC Arabic explained what we've learnt about Israel's next moves.
There is no decision was announced yet, but the agreement within the cabinet is about a response. The military chief of staff, Mr. Herzi Halevi, said
just for my hot take, because I'm not gonna give too many hot takes because this has already been covered like into the abyss. My hot take is the mildest take of all time. Iran had absolutely every right to react to the direct, not only provocation, but one could title a terrorist attack by Israel on one of its prime members and representatives of state. But even if that had not happened, Iran, just like any state which sees fit, especially after a UN Security Council resolution had been passed that what is happening in Gaza needs to stop as civilian death tolls are too high, would be a justified intervention. No fucking discussion. If I was seeing something like this happening in any fucking corner of the world, I would even call for a fucking US intervention, a fucking Russian intervention, a fucking whatever. Doesn't matter which country needs to intervene. When with shit like what is happening in Gaza happens, absolutely put my socialist anti-imperialist hat aside and say, okay, somebody needs to do something to stop this. And in the last 30 years, arguably, we haven't had an event that would necessitate such a response. But this in particular, which is happening in Gaza, is the most black and white thing that I've seen in my 7 to 10 years of political science background. Okay. But yes, Iran, this was just a one could even call it unbalanced response, because Iranians aren't stupid. They knew that most of the drones were going to be taken down. So you can look at it from basically three perspectives. Either Iran wanted to prove to itself prove to its own domestic population that it's doing something about this, prove to the Middle Eastern world or the international community even that it's ready to do something about this without necessarily escalating anything. Number two, this is only the first step in a potential full-on Iranian offensive, but they did not count on the Iron Dome being that developed in stopping the majority of the missiles. Or number three, this is basically an agreed-upon conversation that they had with both the world powers and local powers on, hey, let's do something so that it looks like we're doing something. It's one of those three options. We can't really know what it is without seeing what the next step by Israel is going to be, or seeing what the next step, more specifically, by Iran is going to be. It is extremely interesting. This is the first time, again, in my life that I've seen the United States actually go out and say, yo, for the United States not to spin the Iranian counteroffensive, which that's exactly what it was, as, crazy, evil Iran annihilating absolutely everybody. Thank you very much, TY Gay, for the sub. I love my thank you gays. And just the fact that even the U.S. is responding in such a mild manner to its eternal adversary, Iran, shows just how little support is left in the other 50 states of the United States towards its 51st state of Israel, right? So it's a developing situation, but as always, one should be afraid that no matter what happens, no matter what conflict erupts, no matter what violent event transpires, the answer by the central of imperial power is usually more bombs and more killing, baby. Yeah, more freedom. So yeah, let's see how it goes. And let's see what Big Black Cock News has to say about this.
The Iranian attack will be met with a response, but the discuss.
And yes, Toasty Android. Also, Iran did communicate with the White House to make sure it didn't escalate too much. Yeah, this is like the mildest fucking thing you can absolutely do that you can imagine as a state, to say, yo, we're gonna look like bitches if we do not respond to this. But we don't want to make this into a bigger thing, right? So you can have critique over this. No, you should make it into a bigger thing. You need to help stop the genocide in Gaza. Or you can make the other argument, yo, they did the most normal and balanced thing that you can imagine in the situation in which they found themselves. And thank you, Diabolical Quacker. Praise to Chairman Yugopnik. No praise to you, my Diabolical Beauty.
I think the scale and timing of the response, because this will affect if it will be escalation or how the Iranian respond, because Iranians said
Nikolai Chekhov, yes, but World War III is happening, gets more clicks. I don't know if that's a fucking dab at me and how I'm titling that just shit, because my son, yes, absolutely. Fuck yeah.
what Israeli done to...
And also World War III is already happening and has been happening for a while now, just not all states need to participate.
We strike the Iranian consulate in Damascus was a strategic mistake. And the Iranian...
Of course, war starting would be horrible. Happiest person ever, of course.
And done was like self-defense. So in this case, that's it. But Israeli think it's damaging its reputation as superior power in the Middle East. So to be attacked on its soil by all of that, even the damage was minimal.
Also, by the way, I'm fully decked out, bro. Like, fully decked out, baby. Yeah.
Inside Israel, it looks like a damage for its reputation as a superpower. So there is pressure on the cabinet and on the Mr. Netanyahu to make a response. However, there is pressure also from United States and other like United Kingdom and Mr. Cameron, the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Ministry.
Oh, did you watch that? The Cameron fucking dunk? The Cameron dunk was epic. Cameron hypocrite. Is this how you write hypocrite? I am not British. Yeah, this was very good.
Is it bad judgment or good judgment to hit?
Please load. X
The
being
Israeli-
X, very good.
Is decided to do. We haven't made a... I know, well, I'll answer the question, which is, I can completely understand the frustration the Israelis feel when they look at the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
More
and
like
they look
David
at the terrible
Kuckerson.
things that they have done all over the world, including the support they give to Hamas. And of course, Hamas were responsible for October the 7th, and that is where all of this
The mandatory
begins.
daily
So you can
mention of
completely
Hamas. Very
understand,
good, indeed.
the
Your
frustration.
quota has been fulfilled. Social
Yeah,
credit
but,
score rises.
What about Iran's frustration at part of its sovereign territory being flattened?
Well, I would argue there is a massive degree of difference
And now he
between
goes,
what
words.
Israel
I
did
will
in
throw
Damascus
words. I will say
and,
many
as I
of the
said,
words.
301
Many words I will say now.
weapons being launched
nothing.
by the state of Iran at the state of Israel. For the first time, a state-on-state attack. 101 ballistic missiles.
And what was Israel blowing up the fucking embassy? That's not a state-on-state attack.
36 cruise missiles, 185 drones. That is a degree of difference.
Yeah.
And I think a reckless
And nobody died, except, okay, Israel says one girl was killed, apparently. God rest her soul if that was the case. But what the fuck are we talking about here?
dangerous thing for Iran to have done. And I think the whole world can see all these countries that have somehow wondered, well, you know, what is the true nature of Iran? It's there in black and white.
What would Britain do if a
And this question, yeah, that's what we were waiting. This is exactly the beautiful point.
Iran, it's there in black and white.
What would Britain do if a hostile nation flattened one of our consulates?
Well, we would take the very strong action.
Dude, this is fucking Sky News, my brothers. This is fucking Sky News, my sisters and NBs. This is fucking Sky News asking these sorts of questions. Do you know what level we've achieved when fucking the Fox News on steroids of the good old incest island is asking its fucking ex-prime minister this sort of question? Everybody's like, dude, like even the libbiest of libs and the
Wonderful.
conservative
A new
of
child
conservatives,
soldier. I
like
mean,
Jesus
subscriber.
Christ, stop fucking pissing in our mouth and expecting us to fucking say that we taste chocolate, okay? Just be a bit more honest to us. Thank you, Toxic Z, for the resub. Welcome back, my beautiful. God fucking damn it, yeah. Okay, back to the my other favorite fucking news source from Incest Island.
Secretary said Israel should be smart. It was a failure, so they tried to minimize the effect of the Iranian strike because the damage was minimal. So the Israeli.
I mean, and it's like we got 2 embassies in a month. You know what happened with the Mexican fucking embassy when they fucking basically killed everybody inside, right? And the international community is just as silent as you can fucking be, right? But if this happened to any Western embassy, I mean, again, I hate doing the fucking grind of hypocrisy. Oh my God, the hypocrisy is so funny. But the fucking hypocrisy is so funny. Like, it just... To repeat for a billionth time, international law is Santa Claus for adults and for nerds. It's a mumbo jumbo. I can say that the law is not to hit anybody, and if I go around hitting everybody, and I don't go to jail or nobody stops me, that is not a law. Okay, that is a fucking fictional thing we imagine, just like fucking Santa Claus. And in the last 365 days, somehow they've managed to prove it more than arguably ever before because of so many events transpiring that they don't give a fuck. That they absolutely don't give a fuck.
Two pressures, one from inside and one from outside. Respond or not. And this situation will be escalating if...
Exactly, Green Fang XYZ. Here's a clue: quit looking at the West to ever give a shit. Exactly. But it is my job to constantly remind you that they are massive people, massive hypocrites who do not give a shit about anything that they've taught you in fucking high school. They will give a shit about, and to remind you, especially if you're a citizen of that part of the world, that you are not de facto the good guys, that you are not de facto civilization, that you are not de facto those who will always do the right thing, that you are not de facto the not as bad as the other guys, which I guess is the most mild opinion, most hard, sorry, the opposite of mild, the most radical opinion that most in the West, at least those who turn themselves apolitical, tend to think. Thank you very much, Angry Onion, for the sub. Welcome back. 3-month streak. Fuck yeah. So, just, stop sitting on a fucking high chair. Sometimes you're arguably the worst. Because, again, not because there's something in the blood of the American, like the burger. The burgers have too much, evil hormones, so you're, evil people. No, fuck that shit. Or the French or the fucking British. No, it's because you have more power. And therefore you exert it more intensively. But you sprinkle an additional thing on it, which is this attitude that you are doing it not out of your own interests, but because you're trying to bring civilization to the world. That fucking European Union President Council guy, whatever the fuck he was, said, they're coming into our beautiful garden. Motherfucker, you went around the world and took all those flowers and built your so-called beautiful garden, and now they're coming back for their fucking flowers because just desert over there. Right, that is what irks, especially us from the more developing world. Right, I'm not from a third world, but let's call it second world country. Right, it's the additional hypocrisy from which you come. That's why a lot talk shit about Russia, deservingly talk shit about Russia. But Russia just said, no, this ours. We go fight now. Right? Again, not good. War, almost always bad, especially inter-bourgeois state war. Right? Because the working class is the only one who suffers. But at least they're very direct. They're like, oh no, our interests, suck my dick. Thank you very much, Lillian So. So, I'm not expecting much. At least admit that you are empire. At least give us that. Yeah, it's not going to change anything on the ground for the people suffering under being bombed by the motherfucking things. But it's extra cringe when you're like, oh, LGBTQ plus bombs are now being dropped.
There is a response, according to America and other allies, to Israel.
That was BBC Arabic's Saeed Shahata. Well, let's speak to our Middle East correspondent who is in Jerusalem, Yolande Nell. Yolande, it's good to have you. Now, what more are we hearing from Israeli officials?
I mean, we're not hearing anything much on the record, but a very clear message is being sent in general that they will retaliate for the unprecedented Iranian attack in the early hours of Sunday morning. We had the Israeli military's chief of staff going to the Nevatim air base. It was one of the few sites that was actually hit by ballistic missiles in that attack. It suffered minor damage, and he was addressed.
And always, you don't even have to respect your enemy, but at least know your enemy. Because with Israel, I can't even use the argument respect your enemy, because, in apartheid state, that's fucking too much for me to even, respect the adversary or whatever the fuck. But know them. And the LARP that I've seen for a lot of, cope, hardcore cope, I love you. And I understand you're looking for, some little light or whatever at the end of the tunnel. But cope, that this has shown that the Iron Dome is actually not as strong as it could be, because, a few missiles pass through. The Iron Dome is really fucking good, okay? It is very fucking strong, okay? The argument that could be made, though, is that it cost them like over a couple of $1 billion to stop around $40 million worth of missiles. That's not cope, that's truth. You can just, make them pay out money. But that argument would be a very strong argument in the case that Israel's pockets were not literally like infinite, because American tax dollars are paying for it, and that's infinite because the Fed can print as much of it and then send as much of it, okay? And that whole thing, which is great propaganda, and keep doing it, saying your tax dollars are going to fund Israel and they're not paying for your healthcare. That's great propaganda, but not necessarily how it works. Like, they can just print as much money as they want to send over to Israel. The reason you don't have healthcare is not even that much because they're using so much on the military, but it's for ideological reasons and because they just don't want to give it to you. Like, go fuck yourself. What are you going to do about it? And many of you will still fucking vote for Joe Biden. So, again, what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Pressing the Air Force pilots there and saying to them that really that attack, the use of so many missiles and drones.
But yes, they do need the productive capacity to make the rockets. But then again, the U.S. has the productive capacity to probably feed half of the planet with rockets, which it has done by placing its bases in every corner of the fucking world. If I look out my window, I can see a U.S. base. All of you, if you Google, there's probably a U.S. base at least like 1,000 in a 500 square kilometer range around where you live. Funnily enough. Speaking of things that constantly come and impose their wrath upon you, ads. An ad is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. Support what we do here. Support us before World War III starts. And do not watch ads. $5 or for free through Prime. Thank you for your consideration.
Drones could not go unmet. And he was also complimenting them on their capabilities and their preparations should their services be required as part of that retaliation. Of course, there are other means at Israel's disposal. They could go for something sort of more in terms of asymmetric warfare, the likes of the Stuxnet computer worm that we saw in the past that was used to effectively disable key parts of Iran's nuclear program. This has been a shadow war that's gone on for so many years between...
Don't let anybody fucking confuse you. Right now, Israel did a thing to Iran. Iran responded, one would argue, like even disproportionately in the opposite sense, not like they did more than what Israel did. Now it's 1-to-1. When you're like fucking walking and you accidentally step on your friend, in this case, not accidentally, but you get my fucking point, and they step back on you, you step on your friend's foot, they get to step on your foot, and it's all good. You get to not get into a fight. Well, if after you step on your friend's foot, after he stepped on yours, he starts fucking pummeling you in the fucking face, it's completely on him. So anything that Israel does right now is objectively, and I'm not talking here ideologically or from an anti-imperialist or anti-Zionist perspective, just state actors being state actors. Any Israeli response to this would be completely disproportional and completely fucked up. And they would be the cause, they would be what causes a further escalation of the conflict. And thank you very much to arguably my favorite name in this stream, Noam Chomsky, for the gifted sub.
Israel and Iran, but now what's happened in recent days has really pushed things into the open. It's of course causing so much concern for world leaders. They are trying to persuade Israel to exercise restraint. And the real dilemma of Israel's war cabinet is how to send a powerful message.
Chad is asking what this is. This is, I found it, I think, in Serbia, I'm not sure. This is like a little Robocop, but he's like a Balkan peasant with a little hat, and he's drinking Shliva Rakia, and he's got an AK. I don't know, I loved it. Like, this is just literally me. Literally me! Literally me! If I was a robot, literally me. I got a lot of energy today.
To Iran.
The opposite of the last stream that went fucking insane. The veterans that are in here, last stream was fucking shit show. I apologize if for the behavior of my passion to any of you if it was too much. Last stream was fucking what the fuck. Yeah, and now there's even an. Don't say that I don't have a sense of humor. We made an emote of me falling off a chair, so.
But at the same time, not escalate things in the region in an extremely dangerous way.
Now, Iran has been claiming that it gave advanced warning about this attack. But as far as Israel is
Get how they're talking absolutely in every regard to anything Israel says, it's completely taken at face value. But now when Iran is claiming that it's given, yeah.
concerned, how much of a blow is this? How serious an attack or line do they feel has been crossed?
I mean, certainly they say that Iran has broken all red lines. This was the first time that Iran had launched a direct attack on Israel from its own territory. But at the same time, there is a real effort by world leaders and, of course, here in Israel, too, to really look at this as having been a success because the attack was thwarted. 99% of the missiles and drones that were launched were brought down, and there was an alliance of Israel and the US, the UK, even Jordan in the region, and others, including the French, that really...
Jordan, baby, Michael Jordan entering the war. Have you heard what Jordan said? Jordanian king. This is legendary, this dude. Wait, Jordanian king, where is he? Jordanian king next to the small guy. Like the most British looking guy. He apparently he speaks his own language with a, this is the video, with a British accent, which is wild. Arabic with a British accent. That would be interesting to hear. Look at him training. Look at him. He's gonna kill all the people in line for McDonald's. Look at him. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at this. Oh, now you look great. I do very much training. I'm your king, and I will defend you on the front lines, except in any conflict where I will side with the enemy, and I'll do anything, absolutely anything. I mean, I'll give him rep in the beginning. Him and his wife were like, oh, you know, Gaza killing bad, but yeah, this guy is a thing. Absolute chud. Absolute chud. At least Americans have an excuse to be chuds because, well, they're fucking American. But this dude, oh my lord.
He helped here, and that showed, you know...
Of course, stationary target, step on a Lego, of course.
Leaders have been pointing out.
He's a king. Everybody's gonna stand and salute the second he enters a fucking room, okay?
That there is a strategic alliance.
Me, your king, will make sure that there are many McDonald's open in Jordan.
That can be...
We will even be visited by our great original king, the founder of our state, Michael Jordan.
Regional cooperation to counter the threat from Iran. Iran has been putting out signals. We saw it again overnight when the Iranian foreign minister and the Chinese foreign minister spoke, that Iran itself does not want an escalation. It considers now that it has...
But yes, apparently, like, not to shit on him too much, because apparently he comes from the, you know, he's a direct descendant bloodline from the prophet, you know, which is, wow. So, talk about, you know, blood doesn't do shit, okay? That's why maybe, I don't know, an idea, monarchies make no sense, because if you're the son of a good leader doesn't mean that you're a good leader yourself. But hey, I thought we solved this argument 300 years ago when we threw them out of balconies in almost every normal country. But no, apparently some people still be like, monarchy good, because blood given to us by God, both in the West and the East.
Retaliated for its 1st of April, the 1st of April attack that it suffered in Damascus.
Dr. Frost on Twitch, have you known that the Germans are arresting Jewish Voice for Peace? And they're also banned Yanis and confiscated his money. It seems Europe and US are taking a book from Russia, and they're just taking a book from more old school West. Yeah, that's we're going to watch this right after this.
When there was an airstrike that killed 7 members of the Revolutionary Guards.
Anarchist cosplay? Are you fucking kidding me? What anarchist wears a fucking vest, baby? This is World War III cosplay, baby.
At the Iranian consulate building in Syria, and the Iranians have been trying to say that what happened was their limited response for that deadly attack.
Right, it really paints how volatile the situation is in the Middle East right now. Yolande, Nell, thank you so much for that update.
Yeah, now it's tense. Not the 40,000 dead Palestinians. Now it's gotten tense.
We're joined now by Al Jazeera's senior political analyst Marwan Bishara. Marwan, thank you for staying with us. We just heard from the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, talking about, how he's doing everything he can, calling all the allies in the region. What do you make of, how him and the Defense Secretary say that they're doing this in comparison to the very little information that we are given about their conversations with Israel?
Time to watch Al Jazeera. I love how it's become a thing for people to clip me and say, "Oh my God, don't watch this guy. He watches Al Jazeera." Well, dude, what the fuck else am I supposed to watch? Oh my God, thank you very much, Ruby Babes. What a babe, what a babe, what a babe. What a babe for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Thanks to people like yourself, I am able to do what I do. Everybody thank Ruby Babes and welcome to the stream, 16th gifted sub. Thank you very much, Ruby.
Israeli leaders.
Well, actually, I think the Biden administration is working on a number of fronts now, at least 3. It's working with the G7 countries in order to think of new ways of imposing sanctions on Iran.
Mm-hmm. Which is so hard when you sanction the country out of its fucking mind for so long. Like, what else can you do? I mean, you can send troops and kill people, but yeah.
It's working with...
Thank you, ATM Daz, for the sub with Prime. Welcome, my beautiful.
...with various allies, including in the Middle East, in order to see how to isolate
Wonderful,
Iran
a new child soldier, subscriber.
Against Iran. And third, I think they're trying to coordinate in as much as they can Israel's action against Iran, so much so that they're providing Israel with this kind of impunity. If and when Israel attacks Iran, no matter how it does it, it can always depend on the United States for protection, which means it's actually pushing in all directions towards escalation in the region when it's saying it does not want escalation in the region.
Well, do you think...
That's a decent analysis. I agree. They're covering their back by saying that they don't want any escalation, yet they are saying that they will support Israel no matter what. It's doublespeak. But even this sort of doublespeak, they never engaged in this sort of doublespeak before. It was always like, no, we stand with you, go fuck them up. Go fuck the Browns up. Fuck yeah, YOLO. Yeah, America, fuck yeah. So now even the doublespeak kind of tells us a little bit. That shit not be going too well on the propaganda department.
Sending mixed messages by saying don't want conflict with Iran, don't want escalation in the region, but will support Israel regardless of what it does.
I think it is sending mixed signals, even though to give it the benefit of the doubt, which is not easy to do. They could be thinking in terms of, look, we really don't want escalation. Israel is a sovereign country that was just attacked or, in retaliation. We cannot tell it what to do, but we're going to try to put as much influence as possible on Israel to act responsibly. Now, the record shows that Israel never answers, responds, or acts responsibly when it comes to what it considers its national security.
Yeah, and just how problematic...
Let's make myself look even more like a chud. The fucking glasses. The fucking chud glasses, baby. Yes, I own a pair. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. I actually go to shooting ranges. I own a pair. I go shoot with the Jordanian president himself. I'm his personal trainer, okay? I'm his personal trainer, baby. Future assassination incoming. But it's only going to be a shooting range accident. Long-term planning, brothers. Long-term planning. This is Twitch mods. This is a joke. I am not about to assassinate a sovereign of a state.
Is it then that the U.S. keeps saying, tonight we heard from...
Just gotta sound like you smoke 20 bucks a day, but your brother, I gotta sound like I smoke 20 Marlboros a day, brother.
From the State
I used to, so never changed my voice though, interesting.
Spokesperson saying support for Israel is sacrosanct, but they're talking about support for a country that's being...
Zora, another Serb assassination to start a world war, SMH, nothing original. Gavrilo Princip did nothing wrong. Fuck that Austro-Hungarian piece of shit. If if we got to do history again, we would kill him every fucking time. And he was actually an internationalist, pan-Slav, who wanted a united Slavic Yugoslavia, pretty much, not a nationalist of any particular state. I could make a whole video about that. And World War I would have always started. They were just looking for a trigger. This was the trigger that started it. Sorry, I'm very passionate about this topic. Like Gavrilo Princip, we salute you, King. Okay, fucking offing historical figures by historical figures is a thing. I wanted to say something else, but TOS, okay?
Investigated by the world's top court for genocide.
Absolutely, absolutely. Look, American officials compete among each other about how to use the most flowery language in describing the relationship with Israel, when a majority of the American public today, and a real majority among the Democrats today, think that Israel is wrong in Gaza, that it is carrying war crimes in Gaza, that what it's doing is not self-defense, and they do recognize that there should be a two-state solution with an independent Palestinian state. All the things that the Biden administration is not really doing, or not condemning, or not acting to block. So in so many ways, the United States is complicit. It's providing unconditional support, and it's boxed in.
In all ways, it's
8.
fucking complicit.
That's
Here,
the problem.
here in Yugopnik Twitch chat, we say that supplying weapons to a particular state should be defined as direct participation in the conflict zone. So the United States is not only complicit, but it is actively committing ethnic cleansing in Gaza, okay?
The problem is not support. Countries can't support one another. The problem is in the unconditionality, meaning no matter what Israel does in Gaza, no matter what Israel does against Iran, no matter what Israel does in the region against Syria and Lebanon and so on and so forth.
In my opinion, this man has the best accent on planet Earth out of all accents. I'm not sure what his ethnicity is, but Iran, like the way, like, the pronunciation is, fuck. The attractiveness levels increase. I'm sorry. I'm gooning over an academic here, but God.
That the United States will continue to provide the support.
This
is the
It's such a
definition
good
of
accent.
impunity.
Such a good
Marwan,
accent.
thank you as always for your analysis.
Let's see, Marwan, what would I always like his analysis very well, and this one is on point as well. Marwan, oh look, oh my God, dude, my bro looks great. Yeah, he's from Nazareth, Israel, but is he Marwan Bishara? He's a Palestinian. Okay, there we go. Everything about Palestinians. Okay, now let's look at our second favorite chuds after the Americans, and that is who? The Germans. You've probably seen coverage of what exactly happened in Berlin, but some people got banned, including, I found out today, Yanis Varoufakis, one of our beautiful chatters, even said that he had his money frozen because he wanted to speak on a platform that is obviously pro-Palestine. It's our boy Yanis. He never misses, okay? He never misses.
This is Yanis Varoufakis. This speech was meant to be transmitted, broadcast, spoken.
Socialist Voldemort. Every time I bring up Yanis, you guys come out of the woodworks. Socialist Voldemort. Kinda. I mean, wait. Yanis Varoufakis Voldemort. Yanis Varoufakis Voldemort. Somebody probably made a picture. And they think like this is making fun of him. No, absolutely based. Fuck yeah. Kill all those fucking Harry Potter motherfuckers. I mean, Yanis Varoufakis is Voldemort, and all the people in the Harry Potter school are liberals. So it kind of works. It kind of works.
Live during the Palestine Congress in Berlin, Friday, the 12th of April.
Just a classic Balkanoid, you know?
But because the German
least-based Balkanoid, Yanis Varoufakis.
Police, egged on by the whole of the political...
Are you jealous of me that I can pronounce his name properly? Yanis Varoufakis. Now, Yanis Varoufakis. Yanis Varoufakis, indeed.
...system of the Federal Republic of Germany. Friends, hello, hello, this is Yanis Varoufakis. This speech was meant to be transmitted, broadcast, spoken live during the Palestine Congress in Berlin, Friday, the 12th of April. But because the German police egged on by the whole of the political system of the Federal Republic of Germany, burst in and prevented Jews, Palestinians, and the rest of us.
By the way, my beautiful mods, my beautiful Pokemon, when you change the title, keep World War III stream, just change what exactly we're talking about. Thank you kindly, I love you.
Who wanted to have a Congress during which to discuss peace, reconciliation, coexistence, universal human rights from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. German police proved beyond reasonable doubt by bursting in and interrupting the live stream, grabbing the microphone, ending that magnificent Congress, that fascism does not need to win government in order to be in power. So allow me to say what I was going to say. If
Greetings from Germany, the second most moral country in the world.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank you very much. Yes, we love Germany. We love Germany. Thank you for the $5.
the live stream was not so rudely interrupted by German coppers. Friends, congratulations and heartfelt thanks for being here, even though we were interrupted. Despite the threats, despite the police state, despite the panoply of the German press, despite the German political system that demonizes you for being here today. Why a Palestinian Congress, Mr. Varoufakis? A German journalist asked me recently. Because, as Hanan Ashrawi once said, we cannot rely on the silenced to tell us about their suffering.
Remember the joke we used to make, like, there can be no censorship thanks to the internet? Now they will literally come into your house and they will stop the fucking live stream. And this is like a liberal democracy. This is the peak of an advanced state. I mean, I joke, but god damn it, like, German cops gonna be German copping, you know? They got their heritage, and that heritage will never go away. And even a country that, like, whose police force is so obsessed with optics, doing this shows how in love Germany is with selling more arms to Israel, yes, baby. And now, obviously, they just hate brown people, and they export their feelings of inadequacy and self-depreciation based on what they did in World War II, and they export it over on the Palestinian civilian and the pro-Palestinian, even Jew in this case, okay? That is why it's so important, and thank you so much for our Jewish brothers and sisters who encourage anti-Zionist thinking, because Zionism, again, has absolutely nothing to do with being Jewish, but thanks to your voices, we can avoid the constant screaming and accusations of anti-Semitism that have absolutely no backing.
Today, Hanan Ashrawi's reason has grown depressingly.
Speaking of depressingly, in 30 seconds, an ad will play. Support the show for $5 a month or for free through Prime, and do not watch any of those depressing corporate propaganda videos. Thank you for your consideration.
Stronger. Because we cannot rely on the silenced, who are also massacred and starved, to tell us about the massacres and the starvation. But there's another reason too. Because a decent people, the people of Germany, are being led down a perilous road to a heartless society by being made to associate themselves with another genocide.
Thank you very much, lefty geologist, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful. There is an argument to be made, and this is a very controversial argument that arguably I'm going to be made. We were warned for years by even academics and intellectuals in the left that the state, once it issues a law which forbids a certain type of speech, will inadvertently, because it is a bourgeois state, use that very same law to continue its dominance, right? And very legitimate laws, which were installed in the country that caused the death of 6 million Jews and over, I think it was 15 million others, Slavs, gay people, communists, etc., black people, is using currently this exact law against anti-Semitism to pursue people that have absolutely nothing to do with anti-Semitism, right? So it is a topic I'm kind of, wiggly about, exactly because we are seeing how it is being utilized by the bourgeois state itself. So it's complex. And thank you very much, Victor D&D, for the sub. I started playing D&D recently. I like it a lot.
Side carried out
Wonderful.
again
A new
in their
child
name
soldier. I mean,
with their
subscriber.
complicity. I'm neither Jewish nor Palestinian.
And thank you very much, Chun-Li7, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful.
But I am incredibly proud to be here amongst Jews and Palestinians, to blend my voice for peace and universal human rights with Jewish voices for peace and universal human rights.
And sorry for interrupting, Yanis, because everybody's reacting to the D&D thing in chat. Guess what I'm playing? I'm a Balkan dude that's 1.93 meters tall and drinks. Of course, I'm an orc barbarian, baby. Of course, I'm an orc barbarian. Orc barbarian. There you go. Call Sarah PLS. Fucking guessed it.
With Palestinian voices for peace and universal human rights. Being together here today.
And I knew somebody's going to say orc pushing Z. Ah, God. No, my orc is very apolitical. But I do call everybody racist for calling me an orc. Because in the game itself, there is an orc invasion, but I'm half orc and I'm a victim of human imperialism towards the orcish lands. So now I'm kind of stuck between helping my companions and also my sense of identity, which co-aligns with the orcs, right? So it's a very interesting campaign.
Even though we were so rudely interrupted by German police. Being together here is proof that we exist.
Yeah, basically, I'm an orc living in a half Russian, half Ukrainian, living in a country in Ukraine, being attacked by Russia, but in a world where Ukraine had previously attacked Russia. Kind of, that's the D&D game.
Existence is not only possible,
Ugork,
but that it is here already. Why not a Jewish Congress, Mr. Varoufakis? The same German journalist asked me, imagining that he was being smart. I welcomed his question. For if a single Jew is threatened anywhere, just because she or he is Jewish, I shall wear the Star of David on my lapel and offer my solidarity, whatever the cost, whatever it takes. So let's be clear. If Jews were under attack anywhere in the world, I would be the first to canvass for a Jewish Congress in which to register our solidarity. Similarly.
And this is kind of nice to say, but at this point, like, dude, like, why specifically do we have to be so, because of the sins of the West, which are absolutely fucking horrendous and maybe the worst thing that has ever happened in history, also known as the Holocaust, why does the rest of us have to, like, constantly say that the reason we don't like an apartheid state is not because we're anti-Semitic? Like, fuck you. Like, you are the one currently murdering people. Why do I have to always say that I'm not anti-Semitic when I'm obviously just targeting a state, completely disregarding what their religious or ethnic background is? But obviously it is the militarization by the Zionist state of a very real thing called anti-Semitism to use in order for itself to protect itself from any potential critics. But I'm saying just reject the fucking premise. Reject the premise because, again, Zionism has nothing to do with being Jewish. So fuck you. I don't even have to say it. I don't have to constantly say that my anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitic because I reject any connection between those two.
When Palestinians are massacred because they are Palestinians, under the dogma that to be dead and Palestinian must mean that you are Hamas, I shall wear my keffiyeh and offer my solidarity, whatever the cost.
Visiting from Iran, what's up, you got like, hi, Chris Winters. Do you like when they send me over to fight in Israel with this, with Iran and this? Would I be able to camouflage myself properly in the Iranian bush? Tell me, or I should buy something like more green or more brown. I don't know.
Whatever it takes to the people of Palestine. Universal human rights, folks, are either universal or they are nothing. With this in mind, I answered the journalist's question with a few questions of my own. Were 2 million Israeli Jews thrown out 80 years ago from their homes into an open-air prison and kept for those 80 years in that open-air prison without access to the outside world, with minimal food and water?
Yugur will die immediately if you get drafted. I'm sorry. Of course, dude. They will have my profile. They'll send all the commies to run first, okay?
No chance of a normal life, no opportunity to travel, and being bombed periodically for 80 years? No. Are Israeli Jews being starved intentionally by an army of occupation? Their children writhing?
Chris Winters OG, I'm in the Air Force and holy shit, you noticed me. You are in the Iranian Air Force in Yugopnik Twitch. If that is true, that is absolutely fucking wild. Are you scared about what could happen? Or you're looking forward to it? Tell us, Chris.
On the floor, screaming from hunger? No. Are there thousands of Jewish injured children with no surviving parents crawling through the rubble as we speak, the rubble of what used to be their homes? No. Are Israeli Jews being bombed by the world's most sophisticated aeroplanes and bombs today? No. Are Israeli Jews experiencing complete ecocide of what little land they can still call their own? Not one tree left under which to seek shade or whose fruit to taste? No. Are Israeli Jewish children being killed today? No. By snipers at the orders of a member state of the United Nations? No. Are Israeli Jews driven out of their homes by armed gangs today? No. Is Israel fighting for its existence today? No. If the answer to any of these questions...
I mean, an argument could be made that a colonial state without killing absolutely everybody and replacing absolutely everybody de facto can only exist through colonialization. Therefore, Israel is fighting for its existence as an apartheid state and as a colonial project. But, you know, we're just doing a little bit of trolling.
Had been yes. I would be participating in a Jewish solidarity colonialism. Friends, today, we would have loved to have a decent, democratic, mutually respectful debate on how to bring peace about, on how to bring universal human rights for everyone, Jews and Palestinians, Bedouins and Christians, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, and to have this debate with people who think differently to us. We would have loved that. Sadly, as the German police just proven, and the whole of the German political system has been trying to do now for weeks to ban our conference. They did not allow this.
Which is also additionally very stupid, because now this has 333 fucking thousand views, okay? If you just went to the conference, just like hundreds of conferences that he goes to, not necessarily. Wouldn't get like 1/10 of this, and we all fucking know this. If you got a fucking notification or just another like pro-Palestinian conference somewhere in Western Europe, yeah, there's like 100 of them. You probably wouldn't watch. Now we're watching it on the best stream on Twitch, so, you know.
Indeed, the whole of the political spectrum, from the CDU and CSU to the FDP, to the SPD, the Greens, and remarkably, to leaders of Die Linke in Berlin. Shame on you, comrades. Shame on you. They all joined forces to ensure that our civilized debate may be with them.
Yugopnik, what does it feel like being the most handsome Balkan ever? Only Balkan? Jesus. Have you ever watched that video of mine that modesty is a capitalist invention? Only Balkan? Psh.
A debate in which we may disagree agreeably never takes place in Berlin, never takes place in Germany. I say to them, you want to silence us, to ban us, to demonize us, to accuse us. You therefore leave us with no choice but to meet your ridiculous accusations with very logical, fair accusations of our own. You chose this, not us. You accuse us of anti-Semitic hatred. We accuse you of being the anti-Semite's best friend when you equate the right of Israel to commit war crimes with the right of Israeli Jews to defend themselves. You accuse us of supporting terrorism. We accuse you of equating legitimate resistance to an apartheid state with atrocities against civilians, which I have always and will always condemn, whomever commits them, Palestinians, Jewish settlers, my own family, whomever. We accuse you of not recognizing the duty of the people of Gaza to tear down the wall of the open prison in which they've been encased, confined for 80 years, and of equating this act of tearing down the wall of shame, which is no more defensible, remember, than the Berlin Wall was, with acts of terror. You accuse us of trivializing Hamas's October 7th attacks. We accuse you of
Gorbachev, tear down that wall. No, not you, Netanyahu, not you, the other guy, not you though. That we like that one. That wall, nice.
trivializing the 80 years of Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestinians and the erection of an unclad apartheid system across Israel and Palestine. We accuse you of trivializing Netanyahu's long-term support of Hamas, a support that Netanyahu has lent Hamas as a means of destroying the two-state solution that you claim to favor. We accuse you of trivializing the unprecedented terror unleashed by the Israeli army on the people of Gaza, in the West Bank, in East Jerusalem. You accuse the organizers of today's Congress that we are, and I quote from your text, not interested in talking about possibilities for peaceful coexistence in the Middle East against the background of the war in Gaza. Are you serious? Have you lost your mind? We accuse you of supporting a German state that is, after the United States, the largest supplier of the weapons that the Netanyahu regime uses to massacre Palestinians as part of a grand plan.
And through that, directly participating in the ethnic cleansing campaign, which absolutely cannot be denied. I like what he's doing here, throwing back the exact same argumentation back at the German state. But it's just a continuous and additional, play on the hardcore hypocrisy, which, us on the left pretty much are very accustomed to knowing, but it can get libs over on the side. So it's good. I like it.
To make a two-state solution and peaceful coexistence between Jews and Palestinians absolutely impossible. We accuse you of never answering the pertinent question that every German must answer. How much Palestinian blood must flow before your justified guilt over the Holocaust is washed away?
Fuck yeah.
So let's be clear.
Fuck. He's fucking firing, dude. He's opening that Helldivers 2 fucking flamethrower, and he's burning the terminids of pretend protectors of Jews. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. The Reichstag is burning, and not a single bullet was fired. Oh lord, the least base Greek.
We're here in Berlin with our
old
Palestinian Congress, which your police state has disrupted and banned. We are here, nevertheless, because unlike the German political system and the German state and the German media, we condemn genocide and war crimes regardless of who is perpetrating them. Just as we opposed apartheid in the American South or in South Africa, we oppose apartheid in the land of Israel, Palestine, no matter who has the upper.
I mean, that's the core point of this. It doesn't matter who's doing apartheid and who's doing ethnic cleansing. It does not fucking matter. 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 Almost 15 million fucking Soviet citizens were systematically killed during World War II. Are we supposed to now allow ex-Soviet Union countries to use this argument that they can do no wrong because they had mass murder inflicted upon them whenever they go to a particular conflict? I mean, there's a particular conflict right now between two ex-Soviet states, and we're not hearing anybody use this particular thing. Or if they do use it, it's somewhere in the fucking background and nobody gives a shit because it's fucking insane. As insane as it should sound coming from the mouth of, again, an apartheid colonial state such as Israel. It doesn't matter if a Jew or a black person or of a white Aryan is doing the killing. It's the fucking killing that's the fucking problem, and the fucking system of apartheid that's the fucking problem. How fucking basic is this?
Hand. Because we stand for universal human rights, freedom and equality among Jews, Palestinians, Bedouins, and Christians in the ancient land of Palestine. And so that we're even clearer on the questions that journalists or politicians put to us, legitimate or malignant. Let me be clear. Do I condemn Hamas's atrocities? I condemn every single atrocity, whomever is the perpetrator or the victim. What I do not condemn, and I will never condemn, is armed resistance to an apartheid system designed as part of a slow-burning but inexorable ethnic cleansing program. Put differently, I condemn every attack on civilians, while at the same time, I celebrate anyone who risks their life to tear down the wall of shame. Is Israel not engaged in a war for its very existence, as some say? No, it is not. Israel is a nuclear-armed state with perhaps the most technologically advanced army in the world, and the panoply of the United States military machine having its back. There is no symmetry.
But of course, there is no symmetry, and of course, but this is like the perfect argument that they get to use because, well, let's be honest, racism. Israel, in the eyes of most people in the Western Hemisphere, gets to get away with everything it's doing because Israel itself is pitched to them as the only civilized state in the Middle East, a civilized state surrounded by hungry, evil, brown barbarians. And therefore, Israel does not have to follow the rules that apparently, even though we don't follow them, we follow here in the West. And therefore, anything that Israel does, Israel only does to protect itself from the evil hordes that haunt it throughout its history, etc., etc. It's like a argument created by Israeli PR and, most importantly, American PR because they know their fucking audience. And their audience is deeply, deeply, deeply biased against any Middle Eastern state, or for that matter, any Middle Eastern nation except that of the settler colonial project of Israel.
With Hamas. Hamas is a group which can cause and has caused serious damage to Israelis, but which has no capacity whatsoever to defeat Israel's military, or even to prevent Israel from continuing to implement the slow genocide, not so
Thank you to the lovely Tofu Ghost for the gifted sub. Thank you kindly.
slow these days, of Palestinians, under the system of apartheid that has been erected with long-standing American, German, and European Union support. Are Israelis not justified to fear that Hamas wants to exterminate them? Of course they are. Jews have suffered a Holocaust. A Holocaust that was preceded with pogroms and a deep-seated anti-Semitism.
Are Russians not allowed to fear the Ukrainians, which in such large numbers supported the Nazis in World War II, from the potential genocide that is going to ensue upon their people in the eastern Ukraine? 95% of people sitting are like, it's a flimsy fucking thing to say. But Israelis get to use that and we're all... Yes, please, more Palestinian blood. Please, more Palestinian blood. What the fuck? Thank you very much, Borogodoch Cosmico, for the sub. And a warning in 1 minute that the blood of Twitch will flow through an ad, which is going to be played to you, which I cannot stop. If you would like to avoid that for $5 a month or for free through Prime, please do consider becoming a subscriber, supporting the show, and having an adless experience. Thank you kindly.
Permeating the whole of Europe and the Americas for centuries. It is only natural that Israelis...
Oh, you know, Turks in chat. Hello, Turks in chat. Oh, Ottoman Empire did many... like Serbs, Serbian ultranationalists, during the post-Yugoslav war, an literal argument was the Ottomans for 400, 500 years raped, pillaged, enslaved, and mass murdered us. All true. I'm sorry, all fucking true. But then we get to use that as an argument to go and fucking mass murder Bosnian Muslims? What the fuck are you talking about? And everybody reacted the same way. What the fuck are you talking about? But when Israel uses, we were victims of a very real Holocaust, that's why we get to mass murder other people, they were like, oh yeah, based, yes, absolutely makes great fucking sense. No, it's just fucking stupid. Thank you very much, Mother of Freud, one of my favorite names, 3 months of degeneracy. Let's go. Thank you for the sub, and thank you, Mad Bagel, for the gifted community sub. Thank you kindly.
Live in fear of a new pogrom if the Israeli army falls. I understand that. That's perfectly understandable. However, by imposing apartheid on their...
Yeah, it's like you have a free genocide card for having suffered a genocide in the past. Well, then almost every nation on planet Earth except France, UK, and, whites in the United States have just a free genocide card. It's... Why do I have to sit here and say that this is insane? This should be fucking so off. God.
Palestinian neighbors by treating them like Untermenschen.
Yeah, why can't we point out black suffering throughout history, go and slaughter some people? Yeah, fuck yeah.
Subhumans. The Israeli state is stoking the fires of anti-Semitism. It is strengthening those Palestinians and Israelis.
Yeah, Muslim reverse crusade. Yeah, why jihad so scary?
Just to annihilate each other.
Do you remember the Crusades, bro? ICE is good because remember the Crusades, bro? That's why I don't even want to engage in this. When somebody comes in the comments, I'm like, suck my fucking Serbian uncircumcised dick.
And in the end.
And Croatian, and Bosnian, and Bulgarian, and fucking Austrian. I'm as mixed as a motherfucker. But my dick's Serbian.
Apartheid contributes to the awful insecurity consuming Jews in Israel and the diaspora. To put it bluntly, apartheid against Palestinians is the Israelis' worst self-defense. What about anti-Semitism? Anti-Semitism is always a clear and present danger, a danger that must be eradicated, especially amongst the ranks of the global left and the Palestinians fighting for Palestinian civil liberties, everywhere. Others ask, why don't Palestinians pursue their objectives by peaceful means? They did. The PLO recognized Israel, even though Israel never recognized Palestine.
Why doesn't Palestine just do a bit of entrepreneurship? Why don't they make skyscrapers and corporations? Why don't they have a great tourist industry that could help them? Yes, the free market shall regulate everything, even apartheid. We are very smart commentators.
And the PLO famously renounced armed struggle. And what did they get for it? Absolute humiliation and systematic ethnic cleansing. In the West Bank, it's going on as we speak. That is what nurtured Hamas and elevated Hamas in the eyes of many Palestinians as the only alternative to the genocide of the Palestinian people under Israel's apartheid. What should be done now? What might bring peace to Israel?
All that beach real estate, what a waste. Which is ironically what some Zionists fucking say. We need to take it away from them because they don't know how to manage it. While also simultaneously using it as a dumpster for literal poop because they don't give them a sewer system.
Palestine. First, an immediate, unconditional ceasefire. Second, the release of all hostages, Hamas's hostages, and the thousands of hostages held by Israel.
Exactly.
That
Agreed.
must be the first step towards a peace process under the auspices of the United Nations, supported by a commitment.
But Yanis, you're not thinking about the prime real estate in Palestine, okay? Palestinian lives versus prime real estate. If you really calculated 30 to 40,000 Palestinians versus, $40 billion worth of prime real estate, we would like to take that exchange ratio. Thank you very much. Signed, Global Capital.
By the international community to end apartheid and to safeguard equal civil liberties and equal political rights for everyone, for all. What should replace Israeli apartheid? Well, that must be left to Israelis and Palestinians to decide between the two-state solution and the solution of a single federal secular state. But under the condition that the international community has made it clear to everyone that there will be equal political rights and equal civil liberties from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Friends, in the final analysis, we are here because
the dog whistling, though, to more radical supporters of Palestine, from the river to this, it's pretty. He's not a dumb guy, okay. Least smart Greek, okay. Our great Greek Voldemort king, right? Most based democratic socialist, okay.
Vengeance is a lazy form of grief. We're here to promote not vengeance, but peace and coexistence across Israel-Palestine. We're here to tell German Democrats, including our former comrades of Die Linke, who have been a great disappointment, that they have covered themselves in shame long enough, that two wrongs do not one right make, that allowing Israel to get away with the war crimes is not going to ameliorate the legacy of Germany's crimes against the Jewish people. Beyond today's Congress, we have a duty, in Germany in particular, to change the conversation. We have a duty to persuade the vast majority of decent Germans out there that universal human rights is what matters. That never again means never again for anyone, Jew, Palestinian, Ukrainian, Russian, Yemeni, Sudanese, Rwandan, for everyone, everywhere. In this context, I am pleased to announce that DiEM25's German political party, Mera25, will be on the ballot paper in the European Parliament elections this coming June in Germany. Mera25 Germany will be seeking the vote of German humanists who crave...
They're so gonna ban that shit. They're so gonna ban that shit. Right now, putting bets. DiEM25 ain't fucking running in Germany. If they're fucking closing fucking live streams and gatherings because of this incredibly like mild fucking commentary on the genocide of the Palestinian people, that dude, DiEM is not running in the fucking thing.
If at least one member of European Parliament representing Germany and calling out the European Union's complicity in genocide, a complicity that is Europe's greatest gift to the anti-Semites in Europe and beyond. I salute you all, and I suggest that we never forget that none of us is free if one of us is in chains. Carpe diem.
Members of Congress, members of the Senate, and
Carpe diem, beauty. Thank you very much, Yanis Varoufakis. As always, he does really fuckis. He fuckis really good. He's really good at fuckis. Let's just see if there are any current updates. Let's see if there are any current updates on the interaction between Iran. Iran's president promises severe responses to any threat.
Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi has told the Emir of Qatar
Before we move into different topics,
Iran will respond to any Israeli attack against its interests. Iran's foreign minister is also warning Israel of an immediate response.
If the Israeli regime makes a mistake, this time Iran's response, as Iran's military commanders announced, will not be minimal, but immediate and severe.
So they are defining it as minimal. Okay, the Iranians themselves are defining their current actions as minimal.
Our correspondent Dorsa Jabari is in Tehran with more on Iran's reaction.
Young Manic, anyone seen Fallout yet? Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying. I only watched one episode, but we don't need to watch Fallout. You can live it live soon, brothers and sisters.
The war of words continue between Iranian officials and their Israeli counterparts. The Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi received a phone call from the Emir of Qatar, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, on Monday evening. During that conversation, the Emir of Qatar expressed their praise for the actions that Iran took against Israel, and the Emir said that it conveyed a very strong message to everyone. The Iranian president, for his part, said that should Israel continue these threats and make good on their threats that they've been making against Iran and carry out any kind of actions, Iran will respond much stronger, and there will be a broader response to Israel than what we've seen in Operation True Promise. The Iranian foreign minister has also been speaking to nearly a dozen other foreign ministers around the world, highlighting Iran's position and issuing further warnings, saying that any action that would be taken by Israel will be met by an immediate response by Iranian officials. For now, there is a...
I think there was a good one on Palestinians react to... Palestinians killed, why direct action is becoming common. Why am I being sent back? Settler violence continues.
As Israel's war on Gaza.
Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi.
Man, my internet is fucking fast.
Coming here to, as part of what we're doing in alleviating the pain and helping humanity, we have 26 doctors from all different specialties and critically individuals who will operate.
How have they responded to you?
Conduct missile
foreign country
on the level responsible kinds.
It says that it goes against the UN Charter, against the Vienna Convention. Does Iran not have a point?
Well, I'm pretty sure that unleashing more than 300 drones, ballistic missiles, and other kinds of dangerous projectile assets are also violations, and they are also deeply, deeply irresponsible and reckless.
Okay, but what about the about the attack?
It's totally not on the level.
On the level of what? What about the the initial attack? Iran bombing another country's consulate in a foreign country.
They're not on the level. I agree. They're far less than what they could have done.
The United States is still making an assessment on the status of this facility. I don't have any update to offer as it relates to that. But again, the sheer number of ballistic missiles and drones that Iran unleashed on Israel is totally irresponsible and reckless. Simultaneously, Israel has every right to conduct counter-terrorist operations and security operations that are in their self-defense and that are in their interest.
Like, how can you say this sentence? Like, how can they need to hire better people, man? The State Department be falling off, bro. But no, State Department not be falling off because here they can't argue anything. They literally can't argue anything. They're just saying when Iran does it bad, when Israel does it good. But it does literally kind of signify that killing Iranians is fighting terrorism because them fucking Iranians.
Okay, when you say that you are speaking to allies in the region about de-escalating tensions, how have they responded to you?
I think that there is a convergence between our allies and partners in taking every step possible to make sure that tensions are not escalated in the region. That has been the case since October 7th as we continue to engage with regional partners. But just this past weekend, Secretary Blinken spoke to the foreign ministers in Egypt, in Saudi Arabia, in Jordan, in Turkey, all conveying the same message that we're very interested in ensuring that tensions don't get out of hand, that our commitment to defending Israel is unwavering.
Okay,
and we'll continue to echo those calls while continuing to engage with Israeli officials.
Right, but is Israel hearing those calls?
Israel is an independent state, so we cannot force them into doing anything. Come on, say it. Say it. Say it.
Continue to engage with Israeli officials and stress the importance of de-escalation, but they are also a sovereign country and they will...
I cannot have pre-watched this. This is live.
Make their own security decisions as it relates to operations that they conduct. These are not operations that the United States is going to be participating in, but our commitment to their self-defense and our commitment to their security is unwavering.
In terms of Gaza, Mr. Patel, how confident is the...
Hey, Mr. Potato Man, okay? Dude, I live for this. I fucking feed on it. Give direct into my bloodline, okay? Direct into my bloodline. I'm going to start getting erections from this shit. No, dude, it's like they're glitched. It's like they're NPCs that are glitched and like,
Wonderful.
we will continue to tell Israel not to do bad things. But sir, Israel keeps doing bad things even after you tell them. Israel is an independent state. All we can do is tell them not to do bad things. It's my favorite glitch by far. Thank you very much, King Wedora, for the resub. Welcome back. Smonk Wet, yes.
The U.S. of achieving any kind of a meaningful ceasefire there?
Well, we're continuing to push.
And I mean, we didn't, like, they sent an ethnic person to talk to Al Jazeera. If you think that is a coincidence, oh, dude, you don't know how these people think.
Or one that is coupled with the immediate release of all hostages, one that can be coupled with...
Sorry if I'm rude to mention
massive
that,
influx
but come
of
on,
humanitarian
that is
aid,
not a
that
coincidence.
continues to be something that we
and of course, a bit gay, yeah. definitely. Yeah, feminine or whatever you want to call it.
Will be very critical to the
Of course, not equalizing those two things. Jesus, I can't say anything. God damn it, Twitch.
region and critical to long-term peace and stability for the Israeli people and the Palestinian people. You saw the president was very clear and direct about this in his call with Prime Minister Netanyahu last week as well.
And yet, they don't seem to be going anywhere so far. How are the ceasefire talks going?
Well, I think it's important to, I would actually disagree with that premise. When it comes to humanitarian aid, there have been steps that have been taken, not nearly enough, but there have been welcome steps in the positive direction when it comes to the influx of humanitarian aid into Gaza.
Yeah, like the epic fucking meme of I come and beat the shit out of everybody in your house. I kill about half of the people that live in your house. I tear down your whole house. Then other neighbors are like, dude, why the fuck are you tearing down the house? What the fuck are you doing? And you say, no, we're working towards fixing this as I'm hammering into the only wall left and as I'm rounding up all the fucking family members right behind the motherfucking wall. But in order for them not to ask questions, I'm like, no, but we're working towards peace. Look, I gave them a few McNuggets, okay? I gave them a few McNuggets.
Gaza. That's something that we're going to continue to pursue aggressively. We've raised it with Israeli officials dating back to October 7th, and we'll continue to raise it. Simultaneously, we'll also continue to engage appropriately with regional partners on the need to do everything we can to make sure that all the hostages can come home. Because
dude, this is like you can just, this is AI produced. Like these guys are just AI produced. Revamp.
Me to talk about my private members bill, which I'll come on to later.
And being kind of upset about it. Right. So before we move on to our next story, we have a little comment in the YouTube super chat. So Sir Grabble closed land.
One live stream watching another live stream. Fucking legendary.
And on YouTube super chat says, "Hi friends, it's my 60th birthday tomorrow."
Okay, they're not targeting that. Fired Israeli spokesperson invents new job. Let's see.
When you're unemployed, it's important to have something to get you out of bed in the morning. For former Israeli government spokesperson Eylon Levy, that appears to be a completely made-up job.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first briefing of the Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office.
Just come to Twitch, you daft fucking cunt. So they fired this dude from representing Israel directly. So he created a thing he's calling Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office. This is absolutely fucking legendary. Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the Content Creators Club, my friend. Welcome, my beauty. Welcome. Oh, Lord. If you want, this motherfucker already probably has more funding than me, myself, and I, and probably makes you watch more ads. Just like the one that is going to play in exactly 1 minute. So if you want my bank account to be a bit better than his, then do consider subscribing for $5 a month or for free through Prime. Don't watch ads and let us beat the Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office. Ad starting in 1 minute. Thank you kindly.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first briefing of the Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office.
Now, we can't find any evidence that the Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office is anything more than a mock-up in Levy's.
And thank you immediately, a deep fried warrior, for the sub. Welcome. Thank you for supporting our great cause against the Israeli People's Convention thing, whatever the fuck that is. This is like when they give dementia patients a toy phone so you can feel like they're making business calls. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Shit, that was dark, but yes. Yes, absolutely. Oh,
his spare bedroom. To be a spokesperson.
And thank you, Debo, for the gifted community sub. Thank you kindly. Saving us, saving our budget. Chat, you should feel embarrassed that those guys make more money than us. Okay, chat, feel embarrassed.
And for Israeli civilians, I've got no idea what it means. But he's taken on the role like a duck to water after giving a rundown of Iran's retaliatory attack on Israel the night before. It became apparent that Levy's new fantasy employer hadn't really invested in the tech.
That's it for today's update. Thank you for watching. Going forward, we will be broadcasting the Israeli Civilian Spokesperson's Office briefings live on YouTube, where you will be...
Dude, you literally became a content creator, my brothers. We got the first genocide-endorsing content creator. I mean, not the first, but one of the first. First apartheid YouTube streamer, my brothers and sisters. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have elevated our profession. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. The motherfucker is going to get so much money thrown at him. This is going to be absolutely legendary.
Able to answer questions directly. I'll answer them here for you.
Yeah, the first was Destiny. Dude, Destiny has his first competitor. Destiny has his first competitor in the field of talking to insane pro-apartheid chuds, okay? Destiny, you're out. A real professional is coming, okay? He's wearing a suit. He doesn't wear pajamas all the time. Jesus, Destiny, oh my Lord. You're fucked, dude.
For you, live, whatever you need to know. White House press conference style. Fortunately, we can't do that today for technical reasons, but that's what's in the offing. Thank you, keep safe, and if you are in Israel, please, of course, continue to follow the guidelines of the Home Front Command. Thank you very much, everyone. Keep safe.
Thank you, Destiny number 2. Welcome. Hope he doesn't stream at the same time as Destiny does.
Oh my God.
Not so easy when you don't got that budget, baby, eh?
It's sort of talking to like his young cousin saying, press off, press off, press off. Wow.
Destiny and this guy fighting like a divorced dad versus Fash. Classic Fash.
Oh.
Panic building behind his eyes. There we go.
Someone finally switched the off button.
Thank you very much, Soviet Potato, for the bits. Thank you kindly.
And I mean, the backdrop looked kind of professional, right? This guy's got he's a striver. Let's say. He might have no morals. Like he's always.
When the only skills you have in life is agitating for an apartheid regime, you can't really do anything after you get fired except continue to do that on these beautiful platforms, which will very much so support you. That Algo will eat this up. Another like a good journalist coming to our platform. Let us sponsor him as much as we can. Yes, indeed.
Always out there justifying the unjustifiable, but the guy, you just can't sack him.
Dress for the job you want, not the one you've got. That's what I always say. And if that includes a lectern, and my favourite bit of that whole performance was when he did that sort of like meerkat looking over as if there was a sea of reporters waiting on.
Well, that's Eylon Levy. I never bothered to learn his fucking name. Eylon Levy. Does he have a channel? Israel, State of a Nation with Eylon Levy. Is this his channel?
Breaking news.
This is a channel 4 hours ago. A third level. Oh my God, he's making numbers, dude. He's making numbers, dude. 3K, 62K, 21K, 24K, 102K. These are not rookie numbers for somebody with 20 videos and 21,000 subs. This is not rookie numbers, and this is the YouTube algorithm doing its fucking job when it comes to promoting this sort of fucking mentality. Getting these views from 21,000 fucking subs means the algorithm is like filleting you so hard it's slowly moving into the rimming position, okay? It's like it's taking care of all the fucking erogenous zones of this channel, okay? Fucking getting 100K views in a... Introducing State of a Nation with Eylon Levy.
Breaking news out of Israel this morning. Shocking hostage taking. Hundreds of Israelis are dead. I want to bring in Israeli government spokesman Eylon Levy.
Since the
Thank you very much, Comrade Internet, for the sub. The internet is on our side, after all.
October 7 massacre, I've given hundreds of interviews covering every continent on Earth, bar Antarctica.
The actions of Israel have gone beyond legitimate retaliation. What happens when the current 4-day pause ends?
How do you resolve this? Where does this go now? The international community says...
Look, YouTube, I am important. Look at all these faces I have talked to on the television. If I can talk to people on the television, I should be respectable on the YouTubeon. Thank you very much, Barry Balls, as always, for the gifted sub. Thank you.
You are the problem.
I've got answers, but what I really need to do my job is ask questions. This is the State of a Nation studio in Tel Aviv. It's where I have my in-depth conversation.
Wait, I'm pretty sure you lost the studio, brother.
With the people who know what they're talking about and help me know what to say. In each episode, we'll explore a major issue with a thinker, writer, or policymaker. If you're wondering how to stay calm and talk sense in the face of ignorance and prejudice, and we're making State of a Nation to enlighten and empower you. This is where I sit down to listen and...
Go fucking serve in the IDF. You're just so fucking patriotic. You fucking thumb-looking, no fucking hair-having, fucking suit oversized, fucking rich dog.
Learn.
Sorry.
So that I can go into
passionate.
my...
I'm sorry.
Interviews better prepared. And so that you, my dear listeners, can go into the arguments you're having with knowledge
boy,
and
is a
confidence.
podcast.
Together.
Boy, is a podcast. Watch Now, hosted by Elon Levy. The State of a Nation podcast delivers updates straight from the source and invites you into insider conversations with thinkers, policymakers, and media personalities to explore the most pressing questions facing the Zionist state. Israel, State of a Nation with Elon Levy. Legendary. Join the community. Get the latest episodes straight to your inbox. Israel is apartheid, YOLO, Illuminati, ugopnik@gmail.com. Okay, sign up. Get the latest episodes straight to your inbox. Oh, I can't wait for it. I'm signing up so we read this next time we stream. Okay, can't wait to see what they're gonna send my way. The International Desk. Fucking dope. Dope. They're on X. They're on LinkedIn. They're on Facebook. They're on Spotify.
We'll wrap our heads around the state of our nation. We'll go beyond the headlines of the major stories coming out of Israel as we fight to bring the hostages back home and the Hamas terror regime.
Dude, and you think when this, as they call it, war ends, he's what? He's gonna close down the channel?
Regime to justice. Let's get cracking.
Yeah, Rising 7, he's a content creator now. We're so cooked, dude. We're so cooked. And YouTube is fucking loving him. Politics of Intimidation. Douglas Murray on the not so subtle threats.
The
driving policy and media.
The people who stand up in mosques in the UK and incite violence against my country, incite violence against Jews, incite violence against minorities, yeah, I'm against them.
Only the ones that stand up in mosques. Great start on the most viewed video on this channel. The Muslims that are racist are the problem.
Everything in the society changes when you introduce violence as a permissible tool. And violence is on the cards in countries like Britain.
Like Israel. I'm going to get a heart attack here, okay? Like, this is fucking crazy. We're not going to watch these hogs, Yana Gibashi, don't worry. I'm just extremely interested in this person. Oh, Lord. I mean, welcome, Elon Levy, to the team. Welcome to the team of content creation. From intersectionality to jihad. Queers for Hamas.
Social media platforms and college campuses are indoctrinating the next generation of Americans.
Americans, I really want to be Obama. I'm going to talk like Obama.
With a hatred for Israel that is so fanatical and so visceral that it renders them indifferent to the value of Jewish life. There is an overarching ideology that divides the world into the oppressor versus the oppressed. And for these activists, Israel's the oppressor that can do no right, and Hamas is the oppressed that can do no wrong. And that is the distorting, simplistic lens through which...
Look at his little thing here. His little never again thing.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is seen.
Okay, enough anger fuel. Okay, enough anger fuel. I guess go and subscribe to Israel State of a Nation with Elon Levy. Support the grind. Welcome him directly into the content creator universe, right? Fucking legendary. Oh, fuck me. Fiery Israel-Palestine debate with Bassem Youssef with trigonometry, arguably the cringiest fucking daft cunt from my part of the world. Fucking stupid, fucking damn fuck. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, with that being said, let us move into a video that I prepared from last time, which is about the other 50 states of America, and not specifically Israel. Wait, why can politicians trade
members
stocks?
of Congress, members of...
And a wider conversation about, well, the United States being arguably the most corrupt state in the world, while pointing at other governments and saying, no, they're corrupt because they take money from rich people, as they take money from rich people, and not only that, but directly participate in trading stock that they vote on in Congress, and that they have inside information from capitalists themselves on the direction it's going to go in. And thank you, Hamas Terrorist, for the 100 bits. He looks like Stan Pines from Gravity Falls. Yeah, it's funny.
Of the Senate and the House have access to all kinds of private and confidential information, including classified information. You would think it would be obvious that, given that, members of Congress shouldn't be playing the stock market.
There was a string of congressional stock sales right before the COVID market crash.
Well, how can you have folks who are regulating industries trading stocks in the same industry? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
If you've never spent an afternoon losing money on Boeing stock, I gotta tell you,
it's
quite
probably
a way
unpleasant.
to kill a few hours.
Yeah.
I think eventually it will get to the point where you can't just turn a blind eye to it anymore.
I don't think that members should be able to buy or sell stocks because I think it's an issue of trust.
Congress will not act on this themselves. They never will.
Because this is a free market and people, we're a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
But what if Chinese billionaires or Russian billionaires buy over 51% of stock in any American company? Or even 5%?
The politicians that work in our nation's great capital have
that's
access
loud.
to information that the rest of us don't. And this access makes sense.
Mods, also please do calibrate the title, but keep it World War III stream. Thank you.
Our lawmakers in Congress need to know as much as possible
You're
about the
welcome,
stuff
Barry
that's
Bowles.
going
Go
to
get them
impact our
vapes.
lives,
Poison
but more
yourself,
importantly,
brother.
our financial markets. But when those same lawmakers are trading stocks like a 25-year-old Morgan Stanley analyst bombed off a monkey's fist of Zins, well, that's when the swamp starts to smell a little swampy. Over the past decade, more and more people have started raising questions about members of Congress making stock trades that seem a little too well-timed, leading to a rare bipartisan push to ban them from trading altogether. Yet despite multiple propositions reaching the House floor, little has been done to get congressional fingies out of our God-fearing American markets. So why in the heck are they still allowed to do this? On January 24th of this year.
Now this is my style of editing, brothers. Yes, brothers, this is my style of editing. Some Bud Light and some rock and roll music while we talk shit about Congress members. Yeah, brother. But I hope he doesn't talk too much shit about my beautiful billionaires that I'm going to become one day. Thank you very much, Baba and Yuka. Thank you, Baba,
Wonderful.
for
A
the
new
sub.
child soldier.
Welcome.
I mean, subscriber.
Thank you kindly.
Senator, member of
I
the
love
Armed
my
Services
bubbas.
Committee, and
my Susie Bubbas. There are no Susie Buckas in chat. There are only Susie Bubbas.
former Auburn coach Tommy Tupperville sold up to $50,000 in Intel stock options, months before news broke that the Department of Defense was canceling a lucrative contract with Intel. In 2022, Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul sold 30,000 shares of Google stock just weeks before the Justice Department filed an antitrust lawsuit against the company. In 2019, Representative John Rose sold between $100,000 and $250,000 worth of Wells Fargo stock just before the House Committee on Financial Services that he sits on issued a report that criticized the company and tanked the bank's stock price. And between 2019 and 2021, a New York Times analysis found that 13 lawmakers or their immediate family members bought or sold shares of companies that were under investigation by committees they actively sat on. Now, it doesn't take a hardened reporter like me to smell something potentially fishy here. So I drank some coffee, black, and hopped on a Greyhound to head over to our nation's capital and get some answers.
Like, I'm a serious legislator, so you can't take that away from me.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
It's okay. I probably have more followers than you anyway.
Oh shit! Oh man, the whites are shooting at each other.
Things were off to a great start in the Chocolate City. After bribing several Secret Service officers with tickets to my birthday party, I gained access to a flurry of well-manicured politicos, like Democratic Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia's 7th District.
Do you believe that members of Congress should be allowed to trade stocks? Why or why not?
No. And the reason's really simple. We're at a point in time where Congress has an all-time low approval rating. People question whether they can trust members of Congress. I think people should be able.
Wait, is she about to argue that the reason they should stop trading stock is because currently the government is not being supported? Because that insinuates that at a point where the government is supported enough, the politicians should be allowed to do whatever they want, including quite literally breaking the law while making tens of millions of dollars, while a random fucking poor lumpen stealing a fucking baseball card that's worth $10,000 can get him 20 years in jail.
To trust their members of Congress. And, you know, when you see headline after headline of members of Congress doing well in the stock market, you know, when, you know, our constituents are troubled by costs of groceries, there's just a disconnect. And so I don't think that members should be able to buy.
Guillotine 2020. Fun fact, she is a former CIA officer. Okay.
So,
and yes, apparently she's making the exact argumentation that I thought that she might be making, which, Jesus Christ, fucking
stocks, because I think it's an issue of trust. But most importantly, I think it's a perception of impropriety that we could avoid.
Compelling, Abby. Curious.
So not because it is super fucked up and we shouldn't do it because it's super fucked up. It's because the poors are noticing and we need to slow down before the poors notice too much.
It seemed like the issue was uniting politicians from all across the ideological rainbow, from Democrats like Representative Ro Khanna of California's 12th District.
Someone shouldn't be able to go and rail against Boeing and then be day trading on their computer Boeing.
To Republicans like Representative Scott Perry of Pennsylvania's 10th.
I mean, this is like the most direct representation of how the market system directly impacts the way governance is done. But, you know, the wider analysis from a Marxist perspective is that a state and a state's behavior completely depends on what factors we define as what should drive our society in this or that direction. And in capitalism, it is profit, and therefore the state will de facto work in the interests of profit and potentially allow any sort of social change in the country except that which directly potentially could hurt, again, profit, the profit motive, the generation of capital, etc., etc. But this particular example is like that analysis, but on steroids, because they are literally like directly using their political power to grow their own capital, right? So it's one should absolutely make the argument that while in office, I would go even as radical as not allowing you to have any additional income except your government-issued salary, nor that financial support should be given over $1,000 by absolutely anybody in the country to you. But hey, I am just an insane radical communist. What the fuck do I know about things? These guys are wearing suits. I'm wearing a military uniform screaming that World War III will begin. Speaking of which, if you would like to see less of these motherfuckers and more of me, even in between ads, which are going to play in exactly 1.5 minutes, do consider subscribing and supporting what we do here while having an ad-free experience. Thank you kindly.
Scott is accused of helping former President Donald Trump uphold the false narrative that he won the 2020 election, which is relevant because he began our interview about stock trading like this.
Representative Perry.
Good to see you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
How are you doing today?
Well, it's an interesting day in Washington, D.C. March Madness just doesn't occur on the basketball court. It occurs in Washington, D.C. Right now it's occurring at the border, southern border. It's been occurring every day at the border, but people are really seeing it today based on the rush of people coming across, running our service members over down in El Paso.
Well,
Hello, sir. We are here to talk about senators making money off of trading stocks. Hello, sir. It is also very nice to see you. The Browns are invading. Did you know? Oh, yeah. What did you want to talk about?
Dang. Riding this Bronco was going to be tougher than I thought. Still, I came here for answers about Congress people trading stocks. And I wasn't leaving without.
I mean, again,
them.
we're continuing what I mentioned before. Like this is like just on steroids. You're like, hello, sirs, senators do be corrupt. Hey, counter argument. Migration. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Good night. Like it's so in your face. It's legendary. America is so cooked, and I am here for the fucking soup. Get it? Because America is cooking, and it's like a soup. So I'm here for the soup, the soup, because America is cooking. Oh, God damn it!
On things that you might actually be earning money on and earning more money based on the vote or based on passage, that's a really uncomfortable nexus. And I think most people probably would say, we don't want that happening. We always call it service. So you wanted to serve. And if you want to serve, then service is about sacrifice. You should be willing to just say, hey, I'm going to put my personal well-being that I'm managing every day aside just in this fashion, not aside completely, but aside in this fashion so that you never question whether my votes were enriching me or for the right thing.
Do you believe that members of Congress should be allowed to trade individual stocks?
No, and I think your viewers are probably scratching their heads and asking themselves, wait, that's allowed at all?
How dare you speculate on what my viewers are thinking, Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff? Anyway, at this point, you're probably scratching your head and asking yourself, wait, how's this allowed at all?
Members of Congress, members of the Senate and the House have access to all kinds of private and confidential information, including classified information. You would think it would be obvious that given that, members of Congress shouldn't be playing the stock market. Instead, we see widespread stock trading by members of Congress, which is why I've introduced a bill to ban it.
Sounds nifty, and we'll have more on that later, Senator, but where did all this hubbub come from in the first place?
In 2011, rival news YouTube channel 60 Minutes aired a piece about oddly timed stock trades made by Congress people in the months leading up to the 2008 financial crisis. This report, among others, prompted former president and mid-playlist curator Barack Obama to sign the Stock Act in 2012, banning members and employees of Congress from using non-public information for personal benefit, like stock trading, and requiring them to report their stock trades of over $1,000 within 45 days.
Obama good. Speaking of Obama good, there is the cat book right behind me. You know what can happen at 1,100 subs, just mentioning.
So the Stock Act is an awesome piece of legislation that, I mean, before the Stock Act, like insider trading, literal insider trading was basically legal for members of Congress.
What a time. What a time that must have been.
For what it's worth, throughout most of the 1990s, stock trading senators outperformed the markets by 12 percentage points per year, while U.S. households underperformed by 1 percentage point. Between 2004 and 2010, one analysis of 62,000 trades by members of Congress showed that they outperformed the market by 20%. And in roughly the last year, an ETF
20%.
Tracking the trades of Democrats in Congress outperformed the S&P 500 by 6%. Now, there are tons of factors at play here. Some of these politicians were already wealthy, and it's a lot easier for people who are already wealthy to outperform the market because they have access to all kinds of resources that normals don't, which is
oh my God, good work is doing the communism analysis.
Still true today. But while Congress people outperforming the market isn't proof of insider trading, it does underscore how wild it is that before and after the Stock Act, trading with a potential conflict of interest has been allowed. Today, we just know about it.
But now that we have that transparency in place, we also can see there's still things that seem concerning. Not illegal under the law or under the Stock Act.
Why is the Stock Act not enough? Like, what are the issues with the Stock Act that you think that we're addressing now?
The challenge of the Stock Act is it still allows members to trade every day if they want. I mean, they just have to disclose it, and the disclosure is a month too late.
I read that in the Stock Act, if you don't report a trade that you made of worth over $1,000 within 30 days, then you're penalized.
You are penalized, but that's not enforced.
What's that penalization actually like?
It's only like $200.
But probably Obama had a lot of claps about how he introduced a great policy that will disallow this disgusting behavior and this corporate greed entering the House of Congress. No, dude. So cooked.
And it's usually not enforced.
Yet despite these shortcomings, the Stock Act's transparency requirements have drawn attention to congressional trading activity in more recent history, particularly during the pandemic in 2020.
I would say our claim to fame in like 2019 and 2020 was a lot of those well-timed COVID
Comrade Shark
trades.
Sharkur.
And it made us quite popular on the internet.
That whale on the screen isn't your mom. It's actually...
Holy shit, it's a whale, not a shark. Fuck, I'm racist.
The Twitter account Unusual Whales, whose stock trading platform has gained millions of followers for exposing politicians' trades that seem a little too good to be above board.
I know this.
In the height of COVID, it was around 1,358 trades worth, which is around 60 million of trades during COVID. And everyone remembers these stories. This was like Richard Burr going from 83% of equities to 3% of equities, the rest being in US Treasuries, and then calling his brother the next day. Lots of members were trading. It was equally split between Republicans and Democrats. Everyone remembers the famous ones, but representatives like Susan Davis, she was selling thousands of dollars in Alaska Air and Royal.
And if you see what they're doing when it comes to stock trading, and you think they're not pocketing lobbying money, that they're not pocketing direct cash being put in their fucking trunks in bags from certain interest groups in the country or even outside of the country, even though Israel is the 51st state also, from that place and from many, many, many other states, then I don't know. I have a fucking privately owned San Francisco bridge to sell you for only $500. For only 100 subs, I can sell you the San Francisco Bridge.
Royal Caribbean cruises before COVID. Everyone liked to point to Loeffler or Feinstein doing it, but many members were doing it. This was not an isolated case.
And this is like cringe, like social and political commentary. Hey, politicians are fucking corrupt or whatever. It's cringe as it always fucking is, because that's like 101. Are you okay? Welcome to life. Thank you, Sherlock. You just exit a vagina 2 hours ago. The reason it's interesting when it comes to the United States is because the United States has made it such a big aspect of their identity that they are basically, them and Western Europe are the only countries on planet Earth who have an uncorruptible government where, money is not being exchanged and the electoral process works the proper and true and in the most adjusted way it potentially can. Well, when somebody's making tens of millions, my brother, only from the fact that they've been elected into office, we need to have a different conversation. Or I can sell you the San Francisco Bridge.
It was thousands of transactions.
Mr. Whale was part of a league of Twitter accounts that track trade.
Legos. I already own so many bridges. You got fucked over many times. I bought the San Fernando Valley for 3 Bitcoin. Can you sell it to me for 1?
It's disclosed by members of Congress as required by the Stock Act. This league included accounts like Chris Kardatsky of Quiver Quantitative.
There's one visualization I put together which reached the front page of Reddit, basically just showing, like, for one particular senator, how their buying versus selling varied over time. And you just see this massive spike right before the COVID market crash where they sold off like the whole portfolio.
And Chris Josephs, the man behind the accounts Pelosi Tracker and Politician Trade Tracker, which follows trades by Nancy Pelosi and other politicians. The accounts run off of data from Autopilot, an app co-created by Joseph that lets you create real investment accounts that automatically copy high-profile figures' trades. Sounds pretty cool.
The reason why GameStop became GameStop was because people could put in $100 and just, ride the wave. Autopilot's the first platform that actually gets people involved, all in an effort to kind of bring more eyeballs to the issue. And I don't think there's a better way to highlight the hypocrisy of it by literally having money just copy it. Like, literally, it's people's real money following Pelosi.
Now, these Twitter nerds played a huge part in sparking public interest into how problematic it seems for members of Congress to invest in individual stocks. As news and tweets of these trades broke out, pretty soon a flurry of politicians were introducing their own bills to ban trading individual stocks. Whether it was Ossoff's Ban Congressional Stock Trading Act from 2023, Khanna's political reform resolution of that same year, or Spanberger's Trust in Congress Act from 2021, co-sponsored by
I love Trust
Perry.
in Congress Act. Again, even in the name, it's like we need to stop doing this because the proles are noticing. And that's the main reason why I made the fucking Tucker Carlson video, is because a lot of Marxists do not understand that there are sublimely class-conscious people in either capital, classic, capital accumulation, corporate elites in the United States, in mass media such as Tucker Carlson, but also in Congress and in policy making and in general different sort of positions in the government that understand that riding this horse a bit too hard, and by horse I mean you're the fucking horse and they're riding you really hard, both metaphorically and literally. At one point, that horse will at one point, jump and throw you off its back. So we need to alleviate just how hard the riding is going. And these are the people that are pushing this sort of legislation. And when it comes to, mass media, this sort of quasi-populist and even addressing the working classes and working masses and criticizing the elites sort of rhetoric, because they are conscious of the fact that the elites would be nothing without the working class, which underpins them. Okay, and these are people like this CIA lady, like Tucker Carlson, et cetera, that are not in it because they are some sort of fucking white angel coming to save us through electoral politics or through good old Fox News, but because they actually understand the potential danger of, as we all know it, revolution or overthrow. And that's where they come into play. And those are the most dangerous opponents coming from the right wing. Not motherfucker Zeke Heiling with fucking shaved heads and beating and burning fucking, I don't know, black churches, even though obviously they're fucking horrible and should all be, you know what. It's these people, because they know how to play the game so well, and because they do not underestimate the enemy, which is the working class people of their country, that are the most dangerous and that need to be pinpointed as the most dangerous as often as possible. Because again, you don't see them coming. Because you group them with all the chuds, either all the conservative chuds or all the lib butterflies from the Dems. But no, they're playing a very smart and very sophisticated game to alleviate class consciousness, not by beating you over the top of the head with a stick, but by telling you that they're actually one of you. And they do it fucking brilliantly. So be extra, extra, extra critical of classic politicians or mass media moguls that sound like they have an inch of class consciousness, because 95% of the time, no, they don't. They're just playing the game right.
Congress, you would have a period of time that you could put your money into a blind trust. If you have stock holdings when you arrive, put it into a blind trust, or you could divest. And you're
Finn from Mad Adventure Time. The class consciousness they have is so insane. I would think they read theory more often than I had True Demons, honestly. Yeah, man. The first book I would read if I wanted to be a right-wing, like not just a right-wing LARPer, but a right-winger who wants to actually push the elite agenda, is reading Karl Marx. Like you can understand Marx and be class conscious, but for the other side, like the most dangerous bourgeois, like the Koch brothers that actively invest in the destruction of any potential left-wing movement in the United States and internationally, those are class-conscious rich people. Those are class-conscious capitalists. And that is the most dangerous one, because they do not underestimate us, okay? The ones that underestimate us are like indirectly our friends, because they're chuds, they're fucking idiots. They let it like slip right by them. The further agitation and anger that is festering in people, they will let it slip by them. But these guys address it, and they address it like in every way, just without telling you that it's a systematic problem, right? And that is why they are so problematic.
Allowed to have mutual funds. I mean, certainly people can save for their retirement, but any individual stocks per our legislation, wouldn't be permitted.
I've signed on to a bill that would require those particular things like stock trade.
How come they are so well organized? Well, they don't even organize. They have capital. If you have enough money, you do not necessarily need to organize. You can buy your way into the government, buy your way into high positions in mass media. You can do everything. And not only by yourself, but you are representing the same interests as the people that are leading these mass media houses, people that have been elected into government, etc., etc. You have co-aligned interests, and therefore it is very easy for you to get into power when the people already in power believe in the same things that you believe in. That is why revolution is so fucking difficult. Because you're de facto powerless as the one who is attempting to overthrow a current status quo.
To be put into a blind trust.
The solutions are easy, right? You can put your finances in a blind trust and a diversified trust. It's not like you're asking people to take a vow of poverty. You're simply saying you shouldn't be there, making trades on stocks that you're regulating.
Our bill would ban members of Congress, their spouses, and their dependent children from trading. I think the bottom line for the American people is members of Congress should be banned from trading stock. And as you pointed out, overwhelmingly Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and especially young people support making that change.
And in terms of their personal finances, Ossoff voluntarily set up a blind trust after being elected. Spanberger and Perry don't invest in individual stocks, and Khanna says he personally doesn't invest in individual stocks, though his family holds diversified trusts. And when independent managers make trades in their portfolio, Khanna says they're disclosed.
There are no good guys. There are no good guys because it is a system that you're against, not Netanyahu, not Biden, not Trump. It is, if gravity exists, we're all going to stand on the floor. We're not going to be flying. If the profit motive is what leads your state, that is what's going to push everybody from the fucking nurse to the fucking politician if they have a chance to generate more profit. Because that is what success is, that is what enlightenment is, that is what purpose is.
In accordance with the Stock Act. Outside of these four approaches, everyone from the likes of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Matt Gaetz, Elizabeth Warren, and Josh Hawley have all come together to support a ban on trading individual stocks. If this squad of people who all hate each other can get on the same page here, why can't Congress pass this mamma jamma?
How likely is it?
Because Congress itself is making fucking money off of it. Good work. I did your job for you. Speaking of doing your job, it is very difficult to do your job on this platform because every 30 minutes, Jeff Bezos himself breaks in through that door. He slaps me around and says, an ad is going to play, just like the one that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. If you would like to have an adless experience, support what we do here for $5 or for free through Prime, please do consider becoming a subscriber and making my dream come true. Okay? Thank you. I love you. And my dream is you're not watching ads, obviously. Not having a sustainable Twitch account. Yes.
That you see up.
And immediately, thank you very much, Himbo MP3. That is a very nice name. What is a Himbo MP3, I wonder? What an internet name. Thank you very kindly for the sub.
Us reaching a ban on congressional stock trading in the near future.
I think we will, because I think there's such outrage on both sides, on both the Republican and Democratic side, that this is something members of Congress shouldn't be doing. But, we need more people co-sponsoring these bills. I think it's up to 60 or 70 members. That means 15% of Congress is for this, and 85% is not.
I think realistically, we're still getting more and more people comfortable with the principle of it. And frankly, I don't know that with a 60 vote threshold in the Senate, while I think we could pass it in the House, I don't know that we could pass it in the Senate yet. I'd love to be proven wrong by the Senate.
But you have your doubts.
I have my doubts.
I don't know that it's going to happen this session, right? But some famous guy said the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So.
Wow.
But why does it have to be a journey of 1,000 miles, Scott? If 87% of Republicans and 88% of Democrats agree on something for once in our lives, shouldn't banning individual stock trading be a rare opportunity for these MFs to actually do something that would make the vast majority of the people they're supposed to serve happy?
I think that America is looking for a win out of Washington, D.C., and I think that Washington, D.C. is always happy to have a win.
Indeed, America is looking.
Or as a much wiser man once said, if you cannot bring the mountain of capital to you, then go to the mountain of capital and blow it the fuck. Yeah, I can't say that.
For a win. Yet as the sun was setting over this foul-smelling marble empire, I wondered how far that win might be from our grasp.
I love this channel so much.
Because to be honest, folks, when you add all of this up, the unprecedented bipartisan support,
Guys, this channel, you know what it always does? It does some good work. Okay, there's a window right there. I'll go ahead and step out.
overwhelming public opinion. It's hard not to go tin hat mode and conclude that this isn't changing because enough of Congress likes the fact that they can use their position to make money.
You won't be surprised to learn that although they may not say it in public, there are a lot of members of Congress who don't want this change. They want to retain the privilege. There are
to make money.
You won't be surprised to learn that although they may not say it in public, there are a lot of members of Congress who don't want this change. They want to retain the privilege and power to trade stocks. In my view, if they're not acting in their own selfish and corrupt financial...
You got dad jokes +1. I mean, all my friends either like me for my dad jokes or because I'm their daddy.
Financial interests, which I believe some have, they're not recognizing just how damaging this practice is to public confidence in Congress.
So go ahead, Congress. Put a W on the board. Pass common sense rules for yourself that'll convince us you're not in this for the money. And then maybe, when we all reflect on the job our representatives have done, we'll actually have a reason to think, good work.
Nice. These guys really did some...
A reason to think...
These guys really did some...
Good work.
Go subscribe to Good Work because they do good work. Okay, I'm stopping. I'm stopping. Jesus Christ, it's too fucking easy. And thank you very much,
child soldier.
People's Republic of Swag, who's great patriot I am myself, for the sub. I mean, look at this swag. Indeed, yes, indeed, yes, indeed. And with this insane conspiracy theory, which turned out to be correct, we move into actual conspiracy theories. You've asked me for so long to watch some more news. You have begged me, and I will comply. Not because of some conspiracy theory, but because it's just fun to talk about conspiracy theories. It's as simple as that. It is as simple as that. So let's get right into it. All of 2024's hottest conspiracy theories. I just hope he's not referring to them being sexy, because the sexiest conspiracy theory of all is that I am sexy, which is a conspiracy theory because it is untrue. Thank you for coming to my sexy TED Talk. Let us continue, shall we?
Hello, ladies and germs. Welcome to Wombo Presents Some More News with Mr. Cody, but Wombo is here. Wombo filling in for Mr. Cody.
Also, 860 active viewers. We are on our path to being a 1,000 stream Andy, baby. But then immediately, as I said, it down to 775, but still, 1,000 streamer Andy, baby.
Who has a sick face? And here is news, some more. Here is some news, more of news. The deep state is trying to control Wombo and Wombo's friends with 6G. That's one more G than before. Probably stands for Merrick Garland, Wombo thinks, because of a G for Garland. The G in 6G. Wombo, you get the joke?
What the fuck? Like in the previous video, they had tinfoil hats, and now they continue with tinfoil hats. I love it. Speaking of which, YouTube chat, you're very encouraged to come over on Twitch. There is a link in the description. I stream on Twitch semi-regularly, while on YouTube I only do it 1 to 2 times a month. Please migrate to the apartheid state of Twitch, where you will be accepted as my favorite children, as compared to YouTube, where you're my second favorite children, where I will read your chat, where you will see your chat on top, and where you can properly support what I do here. Thank you very kindly for your consideration, and with that being said, we continue. Also, the YouTube stream will be ending in around 20 minutes, while the Twitch chat will be continuing for 2+ more hours after that. Thank you. Like the Nick Man who has migrated to Twitch. Thank you very much, Nick Man.
Let's cut to the title, please. Thank you.
All the latest and hottest conspiracies of 2024. What the hell is this? Are you wearing a tinfoil hat?
Silly goat, it's not tinfoil. It is lead. Lead foil to stop the 6Gs.
Sure.
Since when was Somewhere News doing fucking puppets? Somewhere is doing puppets. I kind of like it. I don't know. I fuck with puppets.
Why are you hosting my show?
Silly goat, don't you remember? It's Wombo's show now.
Previously on Some More News.
Reminding my beautiful Pokemon mods to adjust the title. Thank you kindly.
Wombo bought Woolworth Cooksey. Wombo owns the show now.
That's probably bad. Yeah.
Probably bad, Cody.
Probably bad, Cody. Probably bad, Cody.
Some More News is owned by New Slop Group, that is owned by Cody Piss Incorporated, that is owned by Woolworth Cooksey, that was recently purchased by Womco, owned by Wombo. At least until the deep state takes it away, because Wombo gets too close to the truth. Also, Miss Katie said you wouldn't mind.
So much information to unpack there. Did you say the deep state?
Yeah, man, the deep state. The suits, the fakos. They're made of plastic, and they put their tiny computers inside the drinking water and tater chips into the vaccines. They do the psyops, K-pops, and cyclops. They put up false flags and replace horses with perverts wearing costumes. I have drafted a very concise and illustrious chart. I can get it for my car if you want.
Oh, wait, so it was the perverts in horse costumes that fucked over one of our favorite Twitch streamers. That is why... That is who is responsible for the horse cock epidemic, eh?
Save it. Actually, go...
No judgment will be passed here for horse cock, but thick goblins, though, that's a different story.
Get it from your car?
By the way, I just want to say that your analysis on unionizing on the latest deprogram episode was one of the best analyses that I've listened to. Seriously, thank you. You're welcome, and thank you kindly for the kind words. I used the word kindly 3 times in that sentence. I really like the word kindly because I like kind people. What the fuck? Communist!
Hey, Jarvis, enable defense perimeter. I got a Jarvis. Well, it's just a guy named Jarvis that I pay to walk around the studio with a baseball bat, but it's not nothing.
Is it just me, or is his camera quality a bit off? Yeah, his camera quality is a bit off for such a high production. Strange.
So here's some actual news. Conspiracy theories and the people who love them. We've always had them, but today we're gonna look at the latest and hottest ones. Not your grandpa's conspiracy, or actually, statistically, maybe your grandpa's conspiracy. Because in true
My grandpa is really into conspiracies. I still love him, but he's really into fucking conspiracies.
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
Speaking of conspiracies, thank you to Sambulance420 for the sub. Time flies when I'm high as shit. You're the best of others. No, I might be the best, but you're the highest. Okay, I will stop now.
Our first theory is about the young being corrupted by an evil, fringe, mainstream pop music star. Taylor Swift is a CIA Democrat plant. Damn! I knew she was too good to be true. So what is it? She a robot? A clone? Clone of a robot? One of those Lobots? Oh, please be a Lobot.
Have you ever wondered why or how she blew up like this? Well, around 4 years ago, the Pentagon's psychological operations...
It's not because she plays some of the most cliche fucking white little girl music. It is not because art is slowly being commodified into just constant screaming about very regular topics like breakups. No, it is because, let's see, CIA probably.
Well, around 4 years ago, the Pentagon's psychological operations unit floated turning Taylor Swift into an asset during a NATO meeting. What kind of asset? A psyop for combating online misinformation. Listen.
Well, that's less fun. Hey,
That's
question.
boring as fuck.
Is there evidence?
You came in here wanting to understand how you just go out there and counter an information operation. Well, the idea is
Like, I don't want to get killed by Taylor Swift people, but Taylor Swift is the Joe Biden of music. There, that's my hot take. It's like, and Kanye West is the Trump of music. That was weak.
that social influence can help encourage or promote behavior change, so potentially as like a peaceful information operation. I include Taylor Swift in here because she's a fairly influential online person. I don't know if you've heard of her.
Yeah, that's real.
Yeah!
Yeah, basically they're saying, influential people, we should kind of motivate them to say things that are in line with what we say. But you don't need to do that actively. Influential people also exist in the system that we find ourselves in, and de facto most often are going to have the most milquetoast opinions for two main reasons: because they want to persevere in their career, and they do not want to alienate any part of their audience, which might not be as politically informed as one would wish. And number two, because they also live in the system and they think that those opinions are normal. So if they tweet fake news bad, or vaccines bad, or vaccines good, it is because they exist in the system, not because the CIA knocked on their door and like, Taylor Swiftie, let's do some K-pop destruction, shall we?
Yeah, that's real! I mean, real in the sense that in 2019, a presenter at a NATO conference of cyber defense suggested using influencers to battle misinformation, and gave Taylor Swift as an example of an influencer, thus proving that... So no evidence. But still...
Yet another thing that NATO tries to do to us. Use extremely vanilla music to make us not think frogs are gay.
It certainly is a mystery why Taylor Swift, a conventionally attractive woman with a good voice who sings about heartbreak and other relatable emotions, somehow became popular. It really defies logic. That somehow, this woman became popular, and her legion of loyal followers, the Swifties, are soon to be mobilized. To what?
Is that like, I'm so not involved in Taylor Swift lore? Are they called Swifties? Swifties. Why not Taylors? Or because Taylors get it like you're tailoring, tailoring. Lord.
End. According to very good source Jack Posobiec, quote, "They're gearing up for an operation to use Taylor Swift in the election against everything. Against Trump, for Biden. They're gonna get her and all, they call them the Swifties. They're going to
like
turn
the
those
Swift
into
banking
voters.
system.
You watch." Hey, wow, that
Good
quote
one,
barely
Reddit.
makes sense. But it is from a political conversation he was having with Roseanne Barr, so nothing really makes sense anymore. And listen, before
Welcome,
we
Kit
go any
Lizzo.
further, conspiracies do actually happen from time to time. LSD testing, all that MLK FBI harassment, boars, big tobacco and big oil knowing about the damage they do, mega boars, etc. In fact, Jack Posobiec, who we also mentioned in last week's episode, is somewhat of an expert on conspiracies, given that he's been found to have extensive ties to the white supremacist movement and has provided propaganda content for the Trump administration.
Okay, that's the Taylor
and
Swift
also
one.
lied-
Let's move to the next one. What's the next one?
Well, we're back. Warmbo is still here. Warmbo, what's going on with you, man? You've been acting really weird lately.
I'm heaps mad, Mr. Cody. Heaps.
Okay, but why?
Mimigrants.
Mimigrants? You mean immigrants?
So wait, puppets are coming back. Puppets are a thing that is coming back? Okay, I guess puppets are a thing that's coming back. God bless.
Oh, mimigrants! Mimics posing as immigrants coming into Wombo's country and stealing Wombo's phone! Wombo had a phone! A happy phone! It was all Wombo
Oh no, Muppets aren't coming back because they're racist.
and now it's gone! Stolen from
Wormbo is not a puppet.
Because Wombo doesn't get brainwashed by the government. Wombo is one of us, brothers. Wombo is one of us.
Wombo by mimigrants! Look, they even left a note!
Dear Wambo, I stole your smelly toy phone because I'm an illegal who hates laws. If you want it back, you must sign over some more news to Katie Stoll, who I am not. Love an immigrant. Their little hearts over the eyes.
Now Wombo needs to buy a new phone! A smartphone!
Do not get a smartphone. I feel like that would open up a portal to hell or something. Wombo, I'm pretty sure this is a really lazy attempt to blame something that perhaps somebody else did on immigrants, okay? Maybe you should think about who stands to gain by holding your phone hostage in exchange for you signing the show back over to Katie.
Yes! Wombo will do his own research!
That is not comforting. But hey, what a convenient segue this was. Immigrants are invading America to vote for Biden. Okay, so apparently there's an
Oh yeah, my favorite, great replacement with a fucking twist. Absolutely legendary.
invasion at the southern border that Biden himself has organized. It seems like nonsense.
Especially immigrants that do not have citizenship rights and therefore cannot vote, but they are somehow voting for the Budun.
But who am I to argue with the former president of the United States for one term so far?
But this is a Joe Biden invasion. This is a Biden invasion over the past 3 years. I call him Crooked Joe because he's crooked. He's a terrible president, the worst president our country's ever had.
Crooked is. Did you guys see this? Trump genocide Joe. Shockwave. You just want the fucking clip. Just want the fucking clip.
He is our big problem.
Hamas Trump confirmed. Hamas Trump indeed confirmed. Trump wants to build parking lots both in Israel and Palestine. True indeed.
Thousands and thousands of people that come in from China, Iran, Yemen, the Congo.
All of the scary countries. China, the communists. Yemen, the ones that are not letting your iPhones get built. Congo, the black people.
Syria.
Syria, the Al-Assad. They will bring crazy songs to our country.
And a lot of other nations, many nations, are not very friendly to us. He's transported the entire columns of fighting-aged men, and they're all at a certain age, and you look at them and say, they look like warriors to me. Something's going on that's bad. Now the United States is being overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country.
Oh, a new form of crime. It's like a rebranding, the Duncan of crime. So Crooked Joe, or as Trump also...
We want our people to be doing all the crime, not the foreigners to be doing all the crime. Indeed. Indeed.
Likes to call him Sleepy Joe Biden, is orchestrating a secret invasion of scary, military-aged immigrants on our southern border with China, Iran, Yemen, Congo, and Syria. I guess Trump took the same geography class as Biden. Anyway, he's organizing one of the most ambitious, insidious plots of any president ever. Literally growing an army of foreigners to take over the United States. This week, Incompetent Man is very competently organizing a secret invasion. This army of buff, undocumented immigrants, the majority of whom are over 35 years old, half of whom are women. Some, I assume, are very buff women. They are here for one reason and one reason alone: to invade the ballot box.
And for some reason, the Democrats do not care about our southern border. And the reason they don't care about our southern border, the truth is that all these folks are going to come in here. They won't be able to do it in Tennessee. The dadgummit, a lot of them are going to be able to do mail-in ballots because there is no verification there.
Yeah.
You do not show an ID.
What an insidious plot that doesn't make any sense and
Speaking of insidious plots that make no sense, it is Twitch's plot against you, dear viewer, having to watch ads. One will play in exactly 1 minute. So if you do not want our border to be invaded by the advertising geniuses of Pampers, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and many, many military ads that play on this platform, do consider becoming a sub for $5 or for free through Prime. Support this channel and have an ad-less experience. Thank you kindly. And at 1,100, we're looking at the cat book.
perpetually contradicts itself. Because, just to point out the obvious, It is illegal for undocumented immigrants or documented non-citizen immigrants to vote in presidential elections, and they face deportation or prison time if they do. But hey, people do illegal things sometimes, or so I've heard. Maybe immigrants are willing to risk prison or deportation because they've been promised some kind of bribe from Biden. Bribing Biden! Maybe he's giving them a handful of pocket-warmed Werther's Originals.
Wonderful,
or
a new
book of
child
coupons.
soldier,
Indeed,
subscriber.
there's been a
Thank you to the legendary Josh is not a robot. Definitely not a robot from the border for the subscription. Thank you kindly.
rash of non-citizens voting, or rather, in the 21 years between 2002 and 2023, a total of 85 non-citizens voted illegally. 85 in 20 years. That's like...
But foreign man scary, as we all know. Foreign man very, very scary. Let's see the next one. This one is a bit, Russell Brand. Consequences. By the Corn Womboy. What? What is this one?
Hi there. Do you feel...
Josh is not a robot. I just blacked out. I had to subscribe. I don't know what happened. The last thing I heard was thank you kindly. It's Ugopnik syndrome, not Havana syndrome. I have developed Ugopnik syndrome.
fear the unknown? Perhaps evil immigrants stole your phone. Well, why not recreate the comfort, safety, and texture of your mother's womb with Katie's Corn Cream Survival Jars? Corn Cream is our friend. It dissolves our sins and eats our enemies.
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
Thank you very much, Thanatar, for supporting our fight against the illegal ad immigrants. Thank you kindly.
Inside of the corn cream. Let it become all that is you. Before time stops.
Would you want biologist years?
Corn cream is life. Life is corn cream. Call 1-800-CORN.
What if I told
That's
you?
1-800.
And with that, let's move into some real conspiracies that are actually true. And that is something that at least I find very interesting.
What if I told you?
The lie that made food conglomerates rich and is slowly poisoning us by making us very large by the more perfect union. That video was fun, but, here in chat, we are advanced evil communists that know about all of these conspiracies, so it's not exactly very interesting to talk about. So, skulls for the skull throne, corn, and porn, all created by the food industry. This is what we're going to be talking about now. But, unfortunately, YouTube will not be joining us. So, all my beauties over on YouTube, please do consider joining us on Twitch, because in the next 10 seconds, as I promised you, unfortunately, the stream will be ending on YouTube. To repeat myself, the stream will be ending on YouTube. Check the link in the description and join us over on Twitch. With that, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, join us over on Twitch. 5, 4, 3, 2, click the link and join us in the Holy Lands. Good night. And YouTube is dead. Thank you very much. Okay. Private. Details. Public. Private. There we go. And bye-bye. And we're back. Apologies. Welcome to all the refugees from YouTube. And let's talk about this very interesting topic. The lie that made food conglomerates rich and is slowly poisoning us.
These ridiculous
Also, if I didn't say it, thank you, Thanatar, for the subscription.
ads
Did you say I'll feel better smoking Philip Morris?
Yes, you'll feel better.
are not all that different from these ads.
Now, every box of Kellogg's Rice Krispies cereal has antioxidants and nutrients that help support your child's immune system.
And thank you kindly to Cariel Degats for the 6-month sub. Man, that's
Wonderful,
awesome.
a new child
Thank you
soldier,
very much, Cariel. That's
subscriber.
very kind of you. Thank you.
For decades,
My beautiful child soldier, welcome to the cause.
massive food conglomerates like Kraft and Kellogg's have made over $1 trillion through the manipulation of food science and food scientists.
Welcome,
and
people like
ultimately, us. And their goal is much like big tobaccos, to do and say
Welcome,
whatever
Lagos.
they can to get people to buy their product. over and over and over again until their product is no longer a want, but a need.
To whose advantage is it to keep the public confused about what to eat? Well, obviously, it's the food industry's advantage.
Ultra-processed foods make up over half of the
Hey, would it be an insane conspiracy that this system also negatively impacts one of the most core things, like, period, just core things, like eating or water? No, it is not a conspiracy theory. It literally happens. The market, which has promised us growth because of the incentives it produces, is now fucking us up in the most basic fucking categories one can think of. And that is food. But you know who is not fucking us up? Epic fucking goated Cariel DeGatz with 10 gifted subs. Motherfucking YouTube immigrants and everybody else. Thank Cariel DeGatz for the amazing 10 gifted subs. Thank you very kindly. Very based. Cariel, this is their 10th gifted sub. Welcome and thank you kindly.
The American diet, and do so with
fucking 10 new children of war. I love it.
Little scrutiny from health experts or government officials. And the food
And that makes only 10 away from me shouting about cats. Very embarrassing, but I love doing it. Honestly, it's like a masochistic tendency that I have with cats. Cats do be doming me.
Food industry is terrified. Even if Americans skip one.
These YouTube immigrants coming over here and taking our goddamn subs, god fucking damn it.
An ultra-processed snack or meal a day, sales would plummet by 7%.
And thank you, Romka, the legend, for the 100 bits.
Every 5 years, the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee meets to review the relevant research and give the American public advice about the latest nutrition science, a process food conglomerates are attempting to sabotage as we speak.
I mean, in every
I mean, if you can even point at something as basic as food to say that it makes them more money to make a shittier product, but just invest more in pitching it to you, that should be the end of conversation about how the market system treats us. Like you shouldn't need to go past this point. Shouldn't need to like argue about, general poverty, about imperial wars, about labor exploitation, about personal alienation, etc., etc. Like your fucking caloric intake, my brother in Christ, like your fucking food, and very often, thanks to Nestle, even your fucking water is something that's getting worse and worse because, again, the market does not stimulate a betterment of product, which by itself is insane to call food a product, but quite to the contrary, is stimulating them making more money by giving you worse shit. Worse shit equals more money, therefore market no good. How simpler could I fucking put this?
Possible way in which they can use their money and political power to encourage people to think their products are good and are willing to help them sell their products, they're going to do that.
The evidence is grim. Ultra-processed foods are being linked in study after study to things like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Researchers are beginning to understand that many of them are functionally addictive. So who will win in this battle between big food and science? We set out to investigate, and in the process learned the disturbing truth about how big tobacco's lies continue to make Americans sick.
When you change to Philip Morris,
when you change to
you'll feel better.
So what exactly are ultra-processed foods? We asked molecular biologist and nutritionist Mary Nessel.
These are foods.
Yeah, Victor D&D, Hugo, you need to give capitalism another decade. It's going to work. I promise. It's going to work. It's going to work. Look at all the post-socialist states. Look at how well it's working, especially in Ukraine and Russia. It's working so well. Eat this fucking cereal.
That are industrially produced. They require machinery and they require ingredients that you don't have access to. So industrially produced, designed to be irresistibly delicious. That's their purpose. Corn on the cob is unprocessed. Canned corn, frozen corn are processed. Doritos are ultra-processed.
It's not just junk food, to be clear. Many breakfast cereals, granola, and protein bars, diet foods, frozen dinners, sauces, and yogurt fit the ultra-processed label and are implicated in causing...
Yeah, and it's like eternal fucking chain. People are so fucking busy, they don't have time to cook, or they do not have money to buy organic food because it's become borderline unaffordable for the majority of the American population. You can imagine what happens in the rest of the world, right? So that increases sales of these ultra-processed foods because they're also convenient. But they did not increase nutritional value. They just increased the conveniency, which should sound like a decent thing, and convenient food should exist because in any system we will be pretty busy at certain points. But in this one, we are busy 24/7, 30 days a month, 365 days a year. And therefore, we will end up, just like many of us have ended up, and back in my peak like corporate grind set, I was basically only living from processed foods because, again, no time. Time spent eating, my brothers, is time spent not making money. It is time spent not being on the grind. That is why I continuously additionally push for this sort of mentality, which was in the title photo of this stream. And that is, stop normalizing the grind and start normalizing whatever this is. Little kitty sleeping. You chat, your little kitty sleeping. Sleep more, do grind less. And also, I love this video. Sorry for jumping off topic. This is literally me preparing for every stream. This is me preparing for every fucking stream.
50 comics to mix.
This is JT in his basement preparing me for every stream. This behind that is JT, and this is me. Okay, just preparing.
Welcome to Brixton, I'm in the party with Barbies and drillers. The kickback mad on the spinner, I see enough man just run for my niggas. How they talk about dingers, they ain't got dingers, they ain't beat.
I love this part. Like somebody said it in the comments when they ask you what your opinion is on Hamas and the next frame.
On the spinner, I see enough man just run for my niggas. How they talk about dingers, they ain't got dingers, they ain't beat.
50 comics to mix.
JT got a lovely purse, yeah. I can watch this video forever. Just look at the kid, man.
With Barbies and drillers. The kickback mad on the spinner, I see enough man just run for my niggas. How they talk about dingers,
Oh,
they
it's
ain't
so
got dingers,
fucking
they
good.
ain't beat.
Sorry, back to the topic. God.
Disease.
A few years ago, I was writing about salt, and I went to the biggest.
Not little Hugo, that's literally me. Like, you can't see from how I sit on this, but that's literally me with the eating mask. That's how tall I am, okay?
Companies, I said, look, salt has become like this public enemy number one because
The only thing you should grind is your weed.
of its links to heart disease. And
Thank you, I'm stealing that
why
joke.
aren't you like cutting back on your use of salt? And Kellogg's, said to me, hey, come on in. We'll show you.
That's Michael Moss, journalist and author of Hooked, a book about how food giants exploit our addictions.
And we put some saltless cornflakes in the bowl. I didn't even know cornflakes had salt, but they do. But these saltless cornflakes went in our bowl. We put some milk on it, took a bite. And before I could say anything, the chief spokeswoman for Kellogg's was sitting there with me, and she gets this look of horror on her face, and she swallows and she blurts out, metal, I taste metal, M-E-T-A-L. And I was kind of thinking the same thing, which was one of my fillings had come out and was sloshing around. And the chief technical officer sitting there too, and he's kind of in charge of all things scientific, he laughs and he goes, not all people will taste that, but one of the beautiful things about salt for us is that it will mask, cover up some of the off notes, bad tastes that are inherent to kind of the manufacturing process. And so the reason you see so much salt, sugar, fat, and others that are problematic ingredients in these products is that the companies are using those ingredients as part of the industrial process for the manufacturing, for the shelf life, things you don't need to worry about as a home cook.
While our food
Everything is trying to kill you. Oh, and if you remember from a stream earlier that we did, now the Kellogg guys, the guys selling you cereal, now they're telling you, dude, it's also a great middle of the day food. It's a great dinner food. It's a great food for all the time, because for every part of the day, because they know that you cannot afford absolutely anything. Soon they will be like, man, sand. Okay, you have not explored the natural, nutritious values of sand, especially sand premium XXL package that we're selling for only $5.99. It is imported from the beautiful deserts of the Sahara, and it supports the struggling Bedouin peoples who are now working in our great and massive sand factories buy, and only for another $1 you can donate. Like what? Like sand is the next thing. And I said this many times on the stream. They're gonna be selling you fucking air plastic in plastic containers, pure alpine air. That's the new fucking thing. And you're gonna buy it, and you're gonna so fucking buy it. You're gonna so fucking buy it.
The environment is saturated with the salty and sugary goodness of ultra-processed food. Something else is happening. We are constantly bombarded with nutritional advice about how to stay healthy, what foods can ward off cancer or diabetes, and which ones are slowly killing us. And these two realities are actually deeply related. Let's go back to 2015, when Kraft successfully marketed their singles, which cannot legally be called cheese, as a health food.
Kraft American Singles have double the calcium of many other American slices, plus vitamin D to help grow strong bones.
In 2015, which cannot legally be called cheese, as a health food.
What
Kraft American Singles have double the calcium of many other American slices, plus vitamin D to help grow strong bones.
America is not a real country. America is not a real country. America is not a real place. Do not scare me. America is not a real place. Is America in the room right now with us? Oh my fucking God, dude.
In 2015, Kraft teamed up with the Academy.
This is why the state is helping kill tens of thousands of Palestinians, so you can have healthier Kellogg's cracker vitamin D cheese sticks.
Nutrition and Dietetics. It's a professional group of nutritionists and dietitians in a campaign called Kids Eat Right.
But what if a company wants the positive PR of going healthy, but doesn't want the hassle of actually improving their product? Well, there's a solution for them too.
We do want to move now to a new Kids Eat Right label that will soon be appearing on Kraft singles.
One of the things that food companies do is they partner with health organizations, the American.
And they go insofar as to target your fucking children. Would you lose your mind if somebody was selling crack to your kids? Absolutely. You would most likely go out and bash their fucking head in with a stick. But when they do sell discounted crack, only 1/10 of crack to your children, but in carefully packaged boxes, then it is absolutely okay. Look at the design. Look at the little tiger logo. Oh my God, it is so cute. That is why I keep repeating, and I will forever repeat, that private propaganda, which is called advertising, is the most successful brainwashing mechanism that we have seen in the history of humanity. It has completely rewired us in the context of what we define as normal. Okay? You're eating ultra-processed fucking metal plastic sticks that you put into, again, your ultra-processed milk. And you do not compare it to smoking a cig or I don't know, fucking breathing in exhaust fumes. Because it's carefully packaged and it's by a representable company, not your local drug dealer or a cigarette company. And you're telling me you're not brainwashed, my brother in Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. I said Christ 7 times.
American Heart Association, the American Diabetes Association, the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. And the idea is if you can donate.
Speaking of not of these ads, one is going to play in exactly 2 minutes. Avoid those. Do not get brainwashed, while also making my mom proud of me by subscribing. Thank you very kindly.
Those organizations and support those organizations, then the organizations will thank you on their products. And they will say, you know, a partner of or whatever. And this makes it look like it's an endorsement.
Brother, your vape is also bad for you. You think I don't know? But that's the different thing. With this, you know it's bad for you. Okay, you know it's bad for you. I am actively engaging in something that is bad for me because it feels good. Okay? It's a completely different thing when somebody's cheating you into something bad. You think, oh, in communism there will be only healthy food. Cigarette will be destroyed. The vodka and the crack will no longer exist. No, people will always want to feel good quick, okay? But it will be very visibly labeled as something that is very bad for you, and it will not be as easily accessible as it is now. The problem is in the lie, not necessarily in the thing itself, okay? Especially when you sell it to fucking children.
Endorsement of the products.
As researchers begin to understand the real effects of ultra-processed food on our health, food companies continue to exhaust every option to make sure the science of their foods doesn't hurt their bottom line. Sound familiar?
Tobacco companies had a big problem. More than 50.
Like you think that the massive push against things that are like, for example, the massive push in the US against cigarettes and turning cigarettes into the big bad evil, which it isn't also manipulated by other industries so that it concentrates you on this product bad, but all the other ones okay? If you think they didn't jump on that train and manipulate it for their own fucking sake, then again, I have a fucking San Francisco bridge to sell you.
70 years ago, there was research coming out that linked cigarette smoking to lung cancer. So the first thing they did was to cast doubt on the research. Not enough people in the trial, wasn't adequately controlled, could have been due to other problems.
When it comes to ultra-processed food, the industry is stacking panels and writing op-eds doing just that. Ultra-processed foods are too broad a category, they say. People might accidentally forego a healthy food that fits the bill. And listen, there's good scientific questions around the ultra-processed label, fringe cases and exceptions to the rule, for instance. But food companies aren't trying to further the science, they're trying to torpedo it.
So, number one, cast doubt on the research. Number two, cast doubt on the researchers. Then you buy your own researchers. You recruit researchers to do their own studies, and you give them a lot of money to do that.
And here lies the tactic behind not just the fight over ultra-processed food, but all of the confusing nutritional advice we get exposed to through the media. Is the problem with childhood nutrition that they don't receive enough vitamin D or calcium? Kraft sure thinks so.
Yeah, and this is another fucking PR campaign that works exceptionally well. You do not need to hide information, bombard them with too much information. That is why to this day we are not adequately informed on the thing that we have to do at least 2 to 3 times a day, and that is eat food. We have achieved a point in our history where we have fucking holograms of Tupac, but nobody knows what the fuck they should eat, okay? There's a whole fucking content creator fucking massive world war between fitness instructors telling you to eat this. No, you should eat this. No, I disagree. You should eat this because this is healthier and this is actually bad and this is actually healthier and this is bad. Which is, again, just overwhelming you with information, which leads you to the same pattern of behavior because you end up not really learning anything because you're looking at like 700 fucking arguments and you're like, I don't know which one is correct. That is why they invest in think tanks. That is why they invest in misinformation. Misinformation, again, isn't just telling you that something, just lying to you. It is by bombarding you with different opinions that sometimes even have academic backing, but only with a twist. So you don't really know which to pick. You don't know what direction to look in, and therefore you do not know what direction to walk in, and therefore you do not know what to fucking order or put in your fridge yourself. And add on top of that the fact that you can't afford half of the shit, and you're like, Jesus, I don't give a fuck about this. I need to eat because I'm late to my fucking shift tomorrow or to my classes.
Exercise more important than diet for weight loss? I sure don't know, but Coca-Cola funded a bunch of studies that say so, just in case you thought about cutting back on soda. Food companies and their trade associations literally flood the academic space with money. Ever heard that people who eat breakfast are healthier than those that don't? Those were studies sponsored by Kellogg's and other breakfast food manufacturers.
It's the food industry's advantage to keep the public confused.
We can actually quantify how corrupt funding from corporations and trade groups can be. One review looked at industry-funded studies and found that 60% showed results favorable to the sponsor. That doesn't seem so bad, except that only 3% came to an unfavorable conclusion. The Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee should, in theory, cut through all of that noise and give the American public good scientific information so that they can make their own decisions. But 9 of the 20 members of the committee had some conflict of interest with food, pharmaceutical, or weight loss companies.
The food industry doesn't want any suggestion in dietary guidelines of eating less of their products. It's really simple.
Remember those oddly similar ads we played a few minutes ago? It turns out that some of the biggest food companies were owned by tobacco companies until the mid-2000s. Philip Morris owned Kraft and General Foods. R.J. Reynolds owned Nabisco.
Yeah, and they fucking learn. They fucking learn and they adapt. And it doesn't even have to be this connection, direct connection between ultra evil corporation and just your basic evil corporation. In the free market, you get to look at data from other companies in other fucking fields, and you can learn what works and what doesn't. And it absolutely works intersectionally, as ironic as using the term on this topic is. Yes, if something's fucking works when it comes to selling cars, it can probably work almost as well as when you're selling opium or fucking Kellogg's cereal or diapers for babies.
Until Philip Morris eventually bought that too. So
That's the crazy thing about the market. It continuously allows the most privileged in it to adapt and adapt and adapt. It's like an immediate loss. That's why reform in the long term doesn't fucking work.
no wonder why the same misinformation playbook is being used. What I really wanted to know was, how far do the similarities go? Did the execs at Philip Morris coach Kraft on how to hide the health consequences of their products? Did they go even further and actively try to get people hooked on their products?
My name is Tara Fazzino. I'm an assistant professor of psychology at the University of Kansas. For a number of years now, I've studied what are called hyperpalatable foods, and they have combinations of nutrients that typically don't occur in nature, and so they tend to be really rewarding to consume in kind of an unnatural way. So we may find ourselves like continuing to eat these foods even though like we're getting physiological signals telling us, oh, please stop, we've had enough.
So peanut butter, which is almost all fat, is not hyperpalatable. But if you add the right amount of salt or sugar, it is. Like if this jar had a bunch of added sodium, or we had a Reese's peanut butter cup.
We conducted some analyses and found that the foods that were produced by tobacco-owned food companies were 29% more likely to be classified as being hyperpalatable foods relative to the same types of foods that were sold during the same period of time by companies that were not tobacco-owned.
Michael Moss described to me the moment during his research when his perspective on the addictive nature of these foods flipped. It took place during a meeting.
By the way, chat, feel free to send me links to what you would like us to watch afterwards, okay? Just make sure they are under 15 or 20 minutes. Thank you kindly. I am taking requests! Requests I am taking! I am taking you up my request.
With a former Philip Morris lawyer.
Steve Parrish.
Feed me hyper-processed videos, okay? Feed me hyper-processed videos. Legos of the Wired, watch this. Legos, go fuck yourself.
The general counsel, we were sitting and chatting, and he said to me, you know, Michael, I'm one of those lucky people who could smoke one cigarette a day, put the pack away, and not have any compulsion to pull it out again until the next business meeting or the next day, whatever. But I couldn't go near a bag of our Oreo cookies for fear of losing control and eating half the bag in one setting. And it was like so revealing to me because it reinforced in me that they know. I mean, the heads of these companies don't eat their own products.
While the tobacco industry got out of the food business for the most part in the 2000s, other companies took a lesson from their success in selling these addictive foods.
They accounted for roughly 50% of the food supply in '88, and by 2018 they were, almost 69% of the food supply. So we had like a 14 percentage point increase, which was pretty dramatic. The non-tobacco-owned food companies observed the successes of the tobacco-based food companies in the market and reformulated to keep up.
As someone who studies addiction, I think a lot of the rhetoric is, well, if you open a sleeve of Oreos and eat the whole thing, it's on you. It's your lack of self-control. I mean, what is your sort of take on that?
I think that narrative serves the food companies and not us as people. These foods are designed this way, and they maximize, they can maximize company profits.
Yeah, and the reason they can maximize company profits and the reason these sorts of products exist, again, is a systematic question of absolute and utter alienation. You have had your natural right to the pursuit of purpose, to the pursuit of enlightenment, to the path towards finding yourself taking away. But what the system gave you in return is consume, and block out these innate feelings of both your labor and your life in general being alienated. Block them out so that you can continue existing. And in return for getting you these blockages, be it through overeating, over smoking, over drinking, over obsessing with a particular hobby, over exercising, it can absolutely be anything, even good, societally defined as good or bad, even though those are liberal connotations, things. And in return, you give them your money, and they get to make more of that shit for you to consume and throw it right back at you. And it is a what, chat? It is a good old snake eating its good old ass.
These are the current stakes for the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee. What will the federal government come out and tell the American public about the health effects of ultra-processed foods? The Food and Beverage Issue Alliance, a mega trade group of other trade groups like the Sugar Association and the American Beverage Association, have already given this statement. FBIA members caution the committee from making strong recommendations. Another trade organization has urged the committee to discontinue using the term ultra-processed until there is consensus on an evidence-based definition. I'm not going to tell you what to eat or even how to eat, but I think it's a reasonable expectation for anyone to have access to good scientific information, to have dietary guidelines that reflect evidence rather than industry funding. Ultimately, this is a first step in a long process. One of the first studies linking tobacco to cancer was done in 1950. It wasn't until 1998 that the tobacco companies conceded and struck a deal to pay states for the medical damage they'd done and stop their aggressive and deceptive marketing practices. If we don't start now, we won't get another chance to set the record straight until 2029.
There you go. There you go. And this applies to pretty much any fucking industry you want. Important video, how to feed 10 billion people without wrecking us or the planet.
A group of really great...
Plant chompers. Yeah, that's good. I'll save it. Thank you. Pour in the sour. Let's break in between these serious topics with a new playlist that I have, which is going to fucking kill you. I don't know how many videos have been added. Okay, we have 13 videos. 13 videos in the famous Yugopnik. What? The famous fucking unhinged stream suggestions. Those of you who have been here last time when we were drunk know what we're talking about. We're about to watch 10 to 13 videos. Enjoy. Lay back and have your mind slowly melted as your enzymes turn to mush, as your endorphins jump through all the hoops. If you're not in line with internet culture, you will be very, very confused. First one is Ratatouille Hentai. Okay, what the fuck? I'm already, what the fuck are my fucking mods giving me? God damn it.
This is me. I think it's apparent I need to rethink my life a little bit.
Every single chatter. Yo, chat, does this look familiar? Chat, does this look fucking familiar?
I think it's apparent I need to rethink my life a little bit.
Oh, this is a classic. I'm not a cat. Lawyer gets stuck on Zoom kitten filter during court case.
Video settings. You might want to.
We're trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm not a cat.
To go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I'm already burping. Oh Lord. Okay, next is Treasy Praxis. Praxis is Pro.Rubbish official video juche.wow. Oh my god, this is really good.
You promise.
You got the shirt, you got it all.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the practice.
Dude, face reveal Yugopnik, bro.
Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric.
Dude, this is great. This is great, dude. This is really fucking good, dude.
If you have the knowledge, then you know you need to. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
I would be friends with this
worship
fucker.
idols, man, that shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich just be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba, roll a blunt right in that bit. All up in Jamaica, swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to, cause they fed and they be counterfeit. I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I get her
I switched out the AR for the AK like a Soviet.
high, get her high like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink,
Why does
I
this
just
slap?
spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap. You can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need to praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
Thank you, Treasy, man. Fucking underrated. 1.5k slaps. Oof, underrated as hell. The real. Next one is the real LGBT agenda. I shared the link. Scroll up. I shared the link. What is Global Homo doing to us? Yes, Toasty Android, we watched this already, but I was so drunk at this point, so we were watching some of them. Dude, the edit is clean. What is this? Yeah, you can send videos to the stream suggestion, and then if my mods like it, they'll add it to the playlist. Ohio. This is the true bad ending. The Ohio gays. Everywhere. Coming of Jesus.
You've come. I mean,
Do not come.
I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have come. I'm escaping
Fuck you, Pokemon. Why are you making me watch? God fucking damn it.
to the one
This is
place
a
that
classic.
hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Classic. German Shepherd shocked by tiny kittens occupying dog bed. Oh god, what 15 million views. What am I doing? I should make fucking dog and cat videos. Yes, cute.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, we bout to get down. 10 kills on the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town.
This is
My
the type
friend
of
just got
content you
down.
come here
I
for.
revived him, now we're heading southbound. Now we're in the Pleasant Park streets. Look at the map, go to the marked sheet. Take me to your Xbox to play Fortnite today. You'd be taking Moisty Mire, but not Loot Lake. I really love to chug with you. We can be pro Fortnite gamers.
No. Nice. 100% Malacca. What? What the fuck? Now Dwarf Fortress, we watched this.
Oh, fucking finally!
That voice reminds me of this shit. What was it? What do you call the fucking bad guy? Caesar's Legion Hegel rant. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
That's not how fucking dialectics works, you stupid cuck! I didn't study Hegel, plus continental philosophy in general, at Harvard for 7 fucking years for some low-life know-it-all who's clearly never fucking read Hegel, as he would know that Hegel has never fucking ever used the terms thesis, antithesis, synthesis to start perpetuating these lies at every single fucking opportunity! This isn't Hegel, my friend. No.
Fucking classic.
Thesis, antithesis, synthesis was thought up by Fichte, and it's clearly inferior to Hegel's dialectical method of immanent critique.
No, it's not in the game.
It's called immanent critique, and dialectics is only one part of Hegel's full method, which again is called immanent critique, which you would know if you had actually bothered to read Hegel. It's literally in the science of logic, you dumb fucking piece of shit. I honestly cannot believe the fucking arrogance to come onto this post spouting that anti-Hegel garbage. Where did you get your fucking info on dialectics? Fucking Jason Unruh?
Literally the energy I get from some of the fucking chat comments nowadays. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah. Finkelstein energy. Fucking Finkelstein energy, exactly. By the way, an ad is playing, but I forgot to mention. 0 out of 10 relatable thing I need to say. Rocco, put your tail down. Cat interrupts virtual UK parliamentary meeting.
Yesterday I posted
cat posting.
on Twitter, the bosses of ITV are coming in. What would you like me to ask them? I got various suggestions, some serious, some less so. But I thought this one was very interesting from somebody called Henry Warren. And he says this: could you please ask them why they're not turning on the subtitles by default on children's TV? It's been shown to double literacy. YouTube, which you mentioned in Caroline, already do it. Kids do it, YouTube Kids do it, and the BBC are also now embracing this. Why, and I apologise for my cat's tail, why are you not doing this by default? Rocco, could you tell them?
90%.
All arguments that this gentleman has put forward have been confirmed as based because of Rocco. Not the porn star, but the cat. The amazing world of Gumball. Gumball, the social justice warrior.
Have you ever tried whole grain bread? It's far better for you. Not everyone can afford organic stores, Carmen.
My brother in Christ, I got an ad for the U.S. military. That's why I'm telling you, $5 a month or for free through Prime. You don't have to watch that shit.
Maybe you should check your privilege.
I just meant that eating too much processed food is a big factor in weight gain, and
what? Big people shouldn't be proud of who they are?
No, of course not. I mean, ask your doctor and he will tell you.
He? Why would you assume the doctor is a he? Is it because you assume a woman can't be a doctor?
What is this?
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
But Gumball, exploiting those powers to win some petty argument will just hurt the cause of the people who really need our help.
Wait, no, my powers!
Instead of fighting, why don't we just hug it out?
Wait, stop! What are you doing?
I forgive you.
No! The shame on cat! It's all coming back at me! And I can't even be angry about it.
That's a bit...
That was fucking great. We were in slavery.
Whoa! This time, I really mean it. We should go back to Egypt. Huh? Don't you remember? Snorkeling in the Nile, 3 square meals a day, plenty of exercise. Oh, it was paradise. We were in slavery. Nothing is perfect.
Oh, that's giving me very, very... I'm not even gonna say what energy. Oh, fucking insane. Have you seen this?
Fucking hey! I'm just gonna sit here and relax on your new couch. I'm
Okay, yeah. We're going into some other territories right now. Fuck me, okay. Ugh, great. Please put this on. Okay, last request, I swear to God.
I got a minute. You got to get
Last request.
microphone to you.
Okay. For the unhinged section, and then we're moving back to normal scheduled program. We don't want to see men and women getting married. The People's Debate with Winston Brownie. What?
I got a minute. You got to get a microphone to you. And no, just hang on. You got to get a microphone. Isn't this a corrupt way for politicians to come out and say they are in favour of gay marriages, and we have family values, and no politician or party should be coming out calling for a yes vote? I say shame on you. We want family values, and we don't want to see men and women getting married. And that's the whole
Oh my God, boy is shitting bricks. Boy is shitting fucking bricks. Oh. Least radical gay.
We want family values, and we don't want to see men and women getting married. And that's the whole argument.
Yes. I have no idea what this is. I just had to click it.
Hello? Ah, damn it. I always want Chick-fil-A on a Sunday.
Is this a video about JT?
Hey! Are you guys open or what?
This is American humor. I don't even know what a Chick-fil-A is. Is a Chick-fil-A what you put under a chicken when you eat it? Is a plate for chickens? I'm kidding. I know what Chick-fil-A is, but probably will not relate to any of the fucking jokes.
The door was unlocked. Are you guys
chicken,
open
let's
or?
Go.
Okay, yep, definitely closed. Okay, I should not be here. Does someone need help? Hello? Is everything okay in here? Or... Hello?
This is just literally a day in the life of JT.
Oh my God. What the Hey, are you okay? I heard screaming and or at least what I thought was screaming.
Would you like Chick-fil-A sauce, sir?
No. No, what are you talking about? Hey! What the fuck? Fuck. Hello? Okay.
Would you like Chick-fil-A sauce, sir?
This is so try-hard. That is so fucking try-hard.
Fuck is this?
No Chick-fil-A sauce? Really?
It's our pleasure, sir.
Fuck. Which way do I go? Oh, God.
Okay, yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Yes, that's enough of that. Now, let us move into a similar conversation such as this one, and that is, well, the meaning of life, pretty much. I found this interview. I thought it might be interesting. We learn it too late. 5 regrets trapping people from a life of purpose and meaning. Let us engage in a little bit of good old metaphysics, shall we? Good old metaphysics. What the fuck is this? Root unhinged. Yeah, I'm not clicking on this. So yeah, very similar to the previous conversation. We are changing things by 720 degrees. I know that is spinning everything and coming back in the same spot, which is what usually metaphysics is like. But Gabor Mate is actually pretty smart, in my opinion. So, pretty interesting conversation, I think. And this one is 5 regrets of the dying. So let's actually try to learn something, better our life a little bit, and spend our time in a different way.
You used to work in palliative care.
Yeah.
And I think you're familiar with the book by Bronnie Ware, The Palliative
Please
Care
adjust the
Nurse,
title, my beautiful mods. Thank you very kindly.
Regrets of the Dying.
Yeah.
What I thought would be interesting today for our 4th conversation on my podcast together is to maybe go through each of those 5 regrets, because
Liz Kist, who was eating while we were watching the previous video, was like, "Oh, thank you for the fucking great appetite." And now they're saying, "Finally, I can eat my lunch." God bless you, Hugo. Listening to people's regrets and thinking about death is appetizing for sure. No, I think this will be very wholesome. So, yeah.
I'd love to know from your perspective what each of these regrets says about where we are, who we are, what things are important to us.
Yeah.
And so the first of those 5 regrets is, I wish I had the
And
courage
yes, chatter, this is the Ugopnik Philosophy Hour, I guess.
to live a life true to myself, not the life others expected of me.
Yeah. And so let's keep in mind that, like when I used to work in palliative care, which I did for 7 years, and this nurse who wrote the book, she's Australian, she wrote the book about 12 years ago now. They weren't talking about people dying at old age. They were mostly, it's about people dying before their time. And so the regrets that they had as their terminal illness, usually malignancy or perhaps chronic autoimmune disease.
Fucking Chad, you're unhinged. Carly Vinger, I wish I spent more money on Warhammer. That will be my last regret. You fucking psychos. I love you so much. You
Brought them to
fucking
the end of their...
psychos. Seriously, damn, we've built quite the community here. Like, you remind me every day. One of the top 5 reasons why I enjoy doing this is you remind me that I'm not the most unhinged person on planet Earth, okay?
Physical existence. What did they regret? And the top one was, I wish I had the courage to live my own life rather than the one that people expected of me. I would reframe that because there's a deep truth in it.
Yeah. Chatters who aren't subscribed, right at your dying bed, you were like, shit. One thing that I would have changed. Subscribe to the Ugopnik Twitch channel, guy. Fuck, everything would have been different. He would have referred to me and thanked me for the sub. My life would have just skyrocketed from that point on. Just the karma I would have gained from that. Indeed. Why am I talking about this in an accent? I don't know, brother.
And as you know, and perhaps we've talked about, from my point of view, very often the people that do develop chronic illness are people that have suppressed their own true selves for the sake of being accepted to others. And that self-suppression has deep physiological consequences on the immune system, on the nervous system, on the heart, and so on. So that self-suppression is also a physiological self-annihilation in some ways. But when she talks about courage, that's a self-judgment. They're saying to themselves, I wish I'd had the courage, as if it was a question of cowardice. It isn't. It's a question of programming. Like you and I are both parents. We know this. No infant is born suppressing themselves. No infant enters the first day on this earth trying to please anybody. They're just being purely themselves, expressing their joy when it's there, expressing their upset, their distress when that's dominant, but they're purely themselves. So that what she calls courage, or what these people call courage of being myself, is actually a trauma imprint. That.
Oh my God. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping, for the donation. Thank you very much. Ugopnik China song. Let us thank Xi Jinping the way we only know how to. Where the fuck is it, dude? Fucking hell. I can't find it. Wait, liked videos? Maybe in liked videos. There it is. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping. As we all know, every single gifted anonymous sub here is coming directly from the Chinese state. So, every time we get it, we must salute our great overlords. Thank you very much, Commander Xi Jinping, for your great donation. This will never not be weird to me. I love how you can see that my hand finger is broken the way I'm saluting in Thank you very much, Comrade Xi Jinping. Thank you very kindly. Now let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming.
For some reason, they learned early in life that to be themselves is to court rejection by their environment. So it's not a lack of courage. You can't talk about a 1-year-old lacking courage or a 2-year-old. It's simply an adaptation. Now, later on, they say courage, but really, that courage or the lack of it is a shorthand for something happened to me that I gave up my true self for the sake of being accepted. Yeah. And that cost me. First of all, it cost them in terms of physical illness, but also cost them in terms of self-respect and dignity. It's a major one.
Yeah. Are you living a life at the moment that's true to yourself?
I am now. I sense that I am. I believe that I am. That doesn't mean every second I do, but on the whole I do, and it feels really good. And I know you and I had dinner last night, and you were...
An ad is going to play in 3 minutes, but as Lagos of the Wired says, flatlining, as Hugo says, this chatter is dying, just like you must be dying to skip the ads in exactly 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which is the truth. So do not die or watch an ad, which is the same thing, and consider subscribing.
Telling me that you're finding yourself far more self-expressed and comfortable with who you are than you used to. So that's the good news, people, is that this is a process that can continue for a lifetime.
Yeah.
But I really see that people who suppress themselves really suffer.
Yeah. So that first regret, I wish I had the courage to live a life true to myself. I'm really glad you picked out the word courage, because that word also stands out to me.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to use that word.
Yeah. Well, it's a self-judgment, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I could have done better. I should have had the courage, is what that kind of says.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Gabby, you said when you turned 80, or as a consequence of you turning 80, you realize that, 13 years ago you gave it your medical practice.
Yeah.
Will you be alive in 13 years? That's very striking.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of death?
In principle, I'm not, but I don't really know till I have to face it. I won't know how afraid I am until it confronts me.
Yeah, that's why I dislike the question, because I dislike the fucking premise of the question. You're always looking at it from a perspective of a person who at least believes they are not about to die, even though we're continuously, the main cause of death is life, as they say. But you do not know how you're going to feel when you are directly facing it, and therefore you cannot really judge if you will be afraid at that point. It's like, are you afraid of... actually, there's no fucking allegory for that specifically. So until you face it, you can't really know. And the previous conversation about, not living a life, quote-unquote, true to yourself, indirectly implies not that you need to listen to your base instincts or that you just gotta go full-on YOLO, but you need to try and identify as many things in your life that are introduced to you superficially, both by the system or by your upbringing, etc., etc. Things, opinions, attitudes, ways of life that you only participate in, basically a lifestyle that you're only pursuing because that's quote-unquote the only thing you know. If you do not go through life by critically looking at why I'm doing A, B, or C, and after critically looking at it, you do not have answers, it's most likely because it's just programmed in you to think that this is normal. You need to continuously, throughout your whole fucking existence, question normalcy as a concept, right? Question it. Is it something that comes deeply from who I want to be? Or is it something that the environment, the system, my upbringing, the cultural local norms have defined as normal? Because very often those two are completely at odds. And you will never like fully satisfy this eternal search, but that's kind of the most beautiful thing you can do in life is continuously search. And the more you search, the more you will find yourself. And the more you will find yourself, the more you will live a life that you actually want to live, and not one that is just based on replicating incentives that are telling you what you're supposed to be doing. Okay? Those two do not need to coexist.
At this point, I feel healthy and I get to do what I want to do, and I have vigor and I have interests and excitement and love and likes and dislikes, and I'm quite alive, you know. What happens when I have to confront the actuality of it? I have no idea how I'm going to respond. So it's sometimes I get fear around it. I mean, I don't want to give this up. I don't want to give up this life. But other times I say, well, if I do, I've lived and it's been good and there's not much to regret, you know. So yes and no, but I won't really know until I'm up against it.
You've spoken publicly before about, this kind of speaks to the second regret, which is, I wish I hadn't worked so hard.
Yeah.
The fucking second regret, the second most common regret is, I wish I didn't work so hard. Now, is this relevant or is this not relevant, my dear, dear children, aka my chat, to what we talk about here all the fucking time? Let's see.
And what I mean by that is, I agree that for many women, and I can think of so many patients like this, their hormonal symptoms were actually showing them that the way you're currently living is not in harmony with your body.
Exactly.
Now, of course, sometimes people struggle to make change. It's hard to make change. Maybe their life is mega stressful, and at that moment, they can't change it for whatever reason. And I empathize with that. I understand.
Yeah.
But for some people who are able to, sometimes it's one of the best things that has happened to them.
Yeah. Now, this thing of I wish I hadn't worked so hard, that's an interesting one, because I wish I hadn't worked so hard. And what do I mean by that? Speaking for myself, and I don't know if this is true for you, but I became a physician for some really good reasons. One of them was I genuinely wanted to help suffering humanity. And I thought medicine is a perfect pathway through which I could help people. That's genuine, and I meant it. I also chose a profession where I was fairly confident of making a decent living so I could support a life for myself and my family. That's legitimate. But those reasons don't make you work too hard. They make you work hard, but they don't make you work too hard. What makes you work too hard, and that's what these people are saying, is you're driven by something that you're not even aware of. And what I wasn't aware of when I went to medical school and when I was a physician for decades is how driven I was to justify my existence in the world and to prove that I was important and worthwhile and so on. And that had to do with the loss of that confidence owing to early childhood trauma. And so it's not a question, nobody says, I wish I hadn't worked hard to achieve something in life. You have to work hard. They're saying, I wish I hadn't worked too hard. And that too part, the TOO part, comes from being driven by unconscious needs to validate your existence. Where why should any human being have to validate their existence? You know? And so that's what they're saying. And when you're driven to work too hard, you actually ignore what matters. And what matters is what you were telling me last night about how much it matters for you to spend time with your family. So every summer, you take a bunch of weeks away from your podcast and you just spend time enjoying your kids and your wife and your family. And I didn't do that. For me, it was very hard to even take holidays. I always felt I had to keep working. If somebody was pregnant, oh my God, what if I would miss their delivery? Like the baby couldn't enter the world without me, you know? So that drivenness is what makes people work too hard. And so not a matter of...
Yes, and that drivenness is completely co-opted by, again, the perspective that who we are is defined by how others see us. And what is the definition of being seen as successful in the current setup that we have? Again, going back to the conversation of questioning what is quote-unquote normal and what is quote-unquote not normal, where it is defined as absolutely normal and even natural, because, again, we've engulfed bourgeois ideology as those of the working class, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, we've just engulfed what everybody around us is doing, said in the simplest of terms, as normal. So normalcy is being successful. More importantly, being more successful than people in your own in-group, right? Your friend group, your family group, your local town, your neighborhood, whoever you define as your community, right? And in this system, being better than them, because you're constantly fighting in this hierarchy, which is defined as the only religion worth of pursuing, the religion of the self as the future god of their community, by being on top of this hierarchy, which we culturally define, again, in our case, as being the wealthiest, having the highest rank at work, being one that is inputting the max and getting the max out of it. So we forget about all other aspects of life, except, quite literally, to use internet terminology, the fucking eternal grind. The eternal grind, the eternal grind, the eternal grind. And we forget why, in the first place, we wanted to grind. Sometimes because we wanted to help that community. Sometimes because we wanted to elevate our family. Sometimes because we wanted to find some sort of even personal enlightenment, right? While not noticing that this exact thing that we're doing is pushing us further and further away from it, because we haven't questioned what the grind is towards. And again, in this system, it's just have more, consume more, show off more, which is as insane as just doing drugs on the regular, because there's no real fucking difference. Because again, in the long term, you will not be able to sustain this sort of satisfaction and self-fulfillment.
Working hard is a matter of working too hard. And where does that come from? Again, that comes from childhood trauma.
A lot of doctors, and I have several friends like this, they don't take their full allowance of annual leave. Sounds like you may have been similar.
I had that tendency, yeah.
Yeah, and often people will say, and I have a friend who says this, yeah, but my patients need me.
No, they don't need them. They need medical help.
Yeah. But I think we have to ask ourselves, and this is very, very common in medicine, actually. I'm sure it's common in other professions as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you don't take your full allowance of annual leave that your contract entitles you to.
Exactly, the hedonic treadmill, yeah. And again, the hedonic is subjectively defined. So for some is to afford the best fucking hotels, to afford the best cars, to have the nicest fucking boat, right? For others, it's something else. And it's okay if after questioning normalcy, you get to the conclusion that this is what I actually want. But just pursuing it blindly is what leads to you walking down the wrong path. Because again, you're fucking blind, dude.
Wonderful. A new child soldier. Subscriber.
And thank you very much, Molochny Mueller, for the resub. Welcome back, my beauty.
It's often paid time off, right? It's part of your job. When you're not taking it, of course, there can be reasons for that.
If you want to see the schedule, you can see the schedule on Twitch itself. I post it every Monday. Tofu is asking in chat. Or you can join my Discord server where I post it even more regularly, exactly when we're streaming, etc., etc. That's, or on Twitter, you know. But you can, the weekly schedule you can see on Discord or in the About section of Twitch itself.
Can be reasonable reasons, there can be work reasons. But if you're not, I think it may be worth reflecting on some of those underlying, those real drivers of that.
Well, it occurs to me that what your friend is actually saying is not that my patients need me, but I need my patients to feel okay. And when I'm not working to help them, I don't know who I am and I don't feel comfortable with myself. So I need them. Now that means get thee to a therapist and deal with it. And not only that, even your capacity to help your patients over time will be eroded.
Totally.
By the way you're stressing yourself and you're not taking care of yourself. And physicians are notoriously programmed to ignore themselves. And there was a very interesting study that I mentioned in the book, The Myth of Normal.
And this is like this jumping point from which they're talking about this is difficult to correlate with our
Tu
wider analysis of. Thank you, Rob Rousseau. Welcome, everybody. Go check out my beautiful, beautiful boy, Rob Russ. Rob Rousseau. It is a robbery. Hello, Raiders, and very, very welcome. We are talking about serious topics up in here, just as simple things as the top 5 things that people regret at the moment of their death. Just the regular conversations you have. Everybody, please do go check out Rob and give them a follow and a sub. Thank you very much, Rob, as always. Links being posted right now by my beautiful, beautiful mods. Thank you kindly.
They looked at the fraying of the chromosomes of people. And, when we were born with certain structures called telomeres, and telomeres are DNA structures at the end of our chromosomes. And their fraying and their shortening is a mark of aging and of stress.
Wonderful.
And they looked at the telomeres of
subscriber.
medical residents compared to other people their age.
Thank you very much, Wary1, for the resub. Welcome back, beautiful.
They age faster. They fray faster. And so physicians are driven to actually...
But yeah, what I was saying before our beautiful Raiders came in, specifically they're talking about physicians that very often are not necessarily alienated from their labor, and therefore do not feel the same alienation as those of you stuck in, the classic corporate structure or the classic manual labor structure, et cetera, et cetera. So they might not be suffering from as much feeling of meaninglessness as you do, but because of this hyper-competitive and hyper-professional mentality that we have, again, because we concentrate so much on hierarchy and we naturalize hierarchy, thinking that it is everything that matters, we end up even ruining brilliant jobs like this by identifying with the very job that we have.
Not spare themselves and to literally consume themselves in the work. Now, in the long term, that may make you a very popular and very successful doctor, but in the long term, it's going to be at the expense of your marriage and of your children and of your own mental and physical health.
For me, if I look at that situation and I reflect on society and culture, what I see these days is it's very me-focused.
Like, again, this is one of the most brilliant quotes from Marx himself. The bourgeoisie has stripped of its halo every occupation hitherto honored and looked up to with reverent awe. It has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science into its paid wage laborers. I don't think I need to add anything to that.
Focus culture where community has been gradually eroded out.
Yeah.
And therefore, if we think about a human being needs...
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if they're Trots or fucking Nazis. I found the fucking quote.
To feel that they're of value to other people. We need that. In our tribes, 50,000 years ago, we would have felt of value because we would have a role and other people would see that role. They would benefit from it and we would benefit from the things they were doing. Whether it's someone's hunting, someone's gathering, someone's putting the fire on, whatever it might be. In this me-focused culture where it's all me, and what are my needs and what do I need to do and how can I better myself, I feel that we often don't feel of value to others. We don't feel important. And so it makes sense that in that culture, you might overwork. You might keep pushing yourself because if you're not working and feeling important there, then actually you may not have that sensation in any other aspects of your life.
Well, if you weren't given it's very simple. If in early childhood you're given the sense that you're valued, just because you existed, your parents welcome you and validate you and value you and celebrate you just because you are, then you don't have to keep proving it afterwards. But if you don't get that sense...
Yeah, if your original ideology from which your ideology that you followed for the rest of your life stems from, again, you are okay, whatever path you choose to pursue, because you choose to pursue it, is a very different ideology than one that defines your self-worth depending on how you are seen by others. And in a better system, there is no way to avoid the second category. There are always going to be the majority of people who view themselves in the mirror of how they are viewed by others. So if we want to achieve and step away from this relatively like obsessive over psychoanalysis and how you're brought up and kind of borderline metaphysical thinking into, practical application, the way you get those people who obsess, again, with the mirror in which society sees them is by changing the very core values of the society in which they exist, right? You cannot outroot the fact that people are social creatures, to quote a very old Greek pedophile. You just need to change what the very society itself considers valuable. And you solve both problems. You basically alleviate you remove bad parenting from the equation as much as you can. Because bad parenting is always going to exist because fucking, you can have a kid without, you can't drive a car without getting a fucking driver's license and passing 10 tests, but everybody can shit out a kid. And not everybody's going to be equipped to fucking raise them.
I do not own then you have to be important.
Yeah.
So that sense of needing to be important has to come from missing out on being valued for who you are, or being only valued for your achievements. You're valued. Look, my parents, bless their souls, but they valued my intelligence, And so a lot of my persona was caught up in being smart and proving my value that way. Well, it's good to be intelligent, but your value doesn't depend on, or shouldn't depend on any one quality, whether you're cute or cuddly or...
But for example, the way we perceive Yugopnik is not the same as the way Hakim perceives Yugopnik, which again differs from the way Yugopnik perceives himself. To be perceived is to be a version of yourself that lives in others' minds. Bravo, Joe One. Bravo.
Handsome or successful or good at sports.
Thank you for being here, Hugo. Thank you, Fiji. Thank you for being here as well.
Sports or smart in school, any of that. Your value is intrinsic, innate, inherent, because you're a human being. In this society, as you say, it tends to value people for what they do. And so that can become very, very addictive. But again, going back to your friend who says, my patients need me, and you think about it, and I'm not accusing them of anything, but they're not realizing just how egotistical that statement is. It's as if it's dependent on them. Their patients need good medical care, but they don't need him or her or them specifically, which means that they should be able to take care of themselves as long as they make sure that when they're not there, their patients are receiving the care that they need. So it's not about us. And I used to think it was always about me. If I'm not there for the delivery of this big woman's baby, oh my God, as if it all depended on me.
There's probably a control issue there as well, isn't there? That I know how I would do it.
Exactly.
So I need to be there because I know how I would manage this birth and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Which is an inability to let go.
Exactly.
Because someone else can probably do this as well.
Yeah. Or if they can't do it as well, so be it. So be it.
Yeah. As I was walking to the studio this morning, thinking about our conversation, the word impressive kept coming up for me. And I've been reflecting on the word impressive because, again, I think culturally we think it's...
This is like, my dude is like every fucking drunk conversation at fucking 4 a.m. Dude, back then when I was doing that shot, I was like, impressive. You told me impressive shot taking. And I was like, what does the word even mean? What is impressive even? What is tequila?
Oh. It's a good thing to impress others. Okay, that bit of work you did is impressive. But actually, if you...
Yeah, again, I fucking differentiate a differentiator between you and others. You're impressiver than the other fucking guy. And you know what's more impressive than watching me? It's watching me without ads, which are going to play in exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds. So be more impressive when you're drinking your shots and say, yesterday I subscribed to Yugopnik for $5 or for free through Prime. Have your tequila in peace. Be even more impressive than other people. Feel better in the hierarchy here in chat because you have the little emoji next to you because you're the subscriber and therefore you are more validated by yourself and the community.
Subscriber.
Fuck yeah, my brother. Be like Mango Papaya. Thank you very much, my beautiful child soldier.
If you really unpick impressive, or certainly if I do it,
I can't believe you've done this.
It implies to me, and maybe this is my own bias because this is what I have done for much of my life.
Yeah.
I've changed who I am in order to impress others.
Yeah.
I didn't feel I impressed others by being myself.
Yeah.
I impressed them by changing.
Yeah.
So what comes up for you when you hear the word impressive? Have we got it wrong?
Why my man is streaming just from Ukrainian Special Ops HQ? No, we're all dressed for World War III, my brother. That's why, Lucas.
Wrong? Has it been, has it been taken to mean something it's not? Like, how do you see the word
Also, how do you not know that I'm on the front? But you'll never know what side.
impressive?
Well,
when I say I'm out touching grass, I might be out burning grass.
impressive, first of all, has to do with what? It has to do with our impact on other people, how others see us. So if I can just be myself and express my own truth and not drive myself into activities that are not good for me and people are impressed, well, that's great. But if my intention is to impress other people, if I need for me to make a certain impression in somebody else's mind, then where am I living? Then I'm living in their minds rather than...
Exactly. Listen to this again, okay?
Are not good for me and people are impressed, well, that's great. But if my intention is to impress other people, if I need for me to make a certain impression in somebody else's mind, then where am I living? Then I'm living in their minds rather than in myself. So the question is, where do I want to live? Here or in your mind? And our society is so...
But because we're so insanely interconnected and because we have naturalized the dominant ideology so much, it is difficult to sometimes even understand if you are doing something because you're living in other people's mind or because you're choosing it yourself. That is why, I don't know why they're not mentioning it, that's why it's a constant process of questioning where my behavior stems from, what has informed my behavior, and if it's a legitimate answer to what is informing your behavior, then you continue with that behavior, God bless. But if you see that the root cause is something you don't vibe with, the vibes don't check, you don't fuck with that, you don't have the sexes with that thingy in your brainy brain, then you let it go. You let it go because it's not helping you, it's only pushing you down a path away from yourself. This is basic fucking shit.
Addicted to people being impressive in the minds of others.
It's like applying the most cliche theory of anarchism, right? The most ultra basic theory of anarchism, which is questioning all hierarchy, and the only hierarchy which can legitimize itself, like I think Noam Chomsky had a speech like that, which is like, okay, fire trucks, right? When they light up their fucking siren, do they deserve to be above me in the so-called hierarchy at that point? Well, they're trying to go save a burning house. Maybe one day my house is going to be burning. So the legitimacy of the firefighter above me at that point is okay, and therefore I will move my car every time a firefighter passes. But the legitimacy of a cop, which beats the shit out of me on every protest, and who is a supporter of the status quo, in my mind, after being questioned, is no longer legitimate, and therefore can quite directly and quite honestly go fuck itself. Yes? Well, apply that same fucking logic to your behavioral patterns. Okay? Question, is it a cop in my head or is it a firefighter in my head? If it's a firefighter, good. If it's not if it's a piggy pig, bad.
That means that we live in the minds of others more than we live in ourselves. So if you
man, you guys so unhinged. Yes, but I will tell them to go fast. Vroom, vroom. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The same way. I mean, this adds to my argument even more. When you find the ones that are justified, just drive behind them even faster. And it will make the way you drove before look fucking silly and stupid, and you will be better.
You can be yourself, and if I find that impressive, that's great. But you're not doing it to impress me. No. You're just doing it because that...
Is the firefighter sexy? Chat, you're pissing in my mouth right now. God damn it, you fucking cunts. Son of a bitch.
You're expressing who you are. If I'm impressed, great. If I'm not impressed, that doesn't take anything away from you. But to the degree that we depend on impressing others, we're robbing ourselves. So that's how I see that word.
Just taking a quick break to give a shout out to Vivo Barefoot Shoes. Now,
word courage that shows up.
About express. The third regret that Bronnie wrote about was, I wish I had the courage to express my feelings.
My emotions, yeah.
Which is, I guess, not dissimilar to the first one about living a life that's true to yourself.
No, and it again is the word courage that shows up. And these people are judging themselves. A more interesting way to put it is, why is it that I didn't express my feelings? You know. Now, here's the thing. Again, in my writing, in The Myth of Normal, I quote this great neuroscientist who died in his mid-70s of cancer a few years ago. Those of us who knew him still mourn him. His name was Dr. Jaak Panksepp, Panksepp. He was from the Baltic states, whether he was Estonian, I think he was, but maybe Latvian, you know. And he was an affective neuroscientist, so he studied the neurobiology of emotions. And he wrote a book called The Archaeology of the Mind. It's one of the seminal books of modern science. And he pointed out that we share certain emotional circuits with other animals. So we have circuit, and he capitalized these circuits, these systems. So the CARE, the care system. And there was a system for anger, system for fear, for lust, for playfulness, for joy, in other words.
Latvian detected, opinion rejected. Yeah, but maybe it's a good one. One of the good ones, eh? I can say this, I have a Latvian friend.
For seeking, which is curiosity. Grief.
Goon system, yes, of course.
And we share these brain circuits with other mammals. In other words, these emotions are not luxuries. They are emotionally, I should say, they are evolutionarily determined aspects of who we are. So if you take the care system, it's essential, because without care, the mammalian infant doesn't survive. There's got to be something in the parent's brain that drives that parent to take care of the infant, and something that's in the infant's brain that impels them to connect with the parent in order to be taken care of. That's just evolutionary biology. So we have all these emotional systems. Anger is one of them, as I mentioned. Fear, grief are others. And children, one of the emotional needs of children, when I studied and and interviewed experts on child development, one of the things I learned and write about is that one of the needs of children for healthy brain development is the freedom to experience and express all the emotions that come up for them. That's just necessary for health. Now, what happens in this society where a lot of parents get the message that certain emotions on the part of their kids are not acceptable? So, a kid might experience a loss, like a dog might die or grandpa might die, and the child is upset. And the parent can't handle the child's grief. So snap out of it, it's just a dog, or get over it, people die, or a child experiences anger because you didn't give them the cookie.
Or a child needs to be hyper-productive because they eventually need to become a productive member of society. And we define productivity by just how high they can climb the hierarchical ladder. And because of our personal experiences climbing the hierarchical ladder, we believe that aspects like brutality, like keeping the crying inside, like eating the smaller one, that domination is the path to success. We immediately from the get-go punish our children in their outwards expressions of feelings and emotions, which we believe will not lead to their inevitable success. So again, adding to this great analysis, just a bit of materialist analysis, even how parents parent is informed but by what defines good parenting versus bad parenting, and good parenting versus bad parenting outside of the principles of wanting to take care of it because of human instinct, because of again biological evolution, okay, genetics, connection, etc., be it with a biological child or an adopted child. There are other aspects that influence what is a good parent. Like everybody de facto, unless something's very broken and within them, wants to be a good parent de facto. But what they define as a good parent is informed by the values of a particular society. And the values of a particular society are informed by the material incentives which exist within them, which then impact the culture, which then impacts the parent, which then impacts the way a parent raises a child, which then impacts how they grow up, who they become, and who they become as parents to their own child. Okay? A fucking structure, superstructure, but adapted to parent-child mechanism. Yes?
Before dinner, a 2-year-old throws a tantrum, and you can't handle it. I think you and I have talked about this before. Then the child gets the message that in order to be acceptable to the parent, they have to suppress their emotions. So when these people talk about that, and that suppression of emotion, as I've often made the case with you and in my books, actually undermine health and our physiology and our immune system. So when these people in their dying weeks regret not having had the courage to express their emotions, what they're really talking about is that long time before, when they were children, they were forced to suppress their emotions for the sake of being accepted.
Yeah.
And now
And the reason why this is important for us is, this is important, yes, even for revolutionary Marxists, let's do the LARP, who especially want to be parents one day, is because this sort of understanding helps you become a better parent one day, because you will question what you pass on to your child at all times, because you will sit down with yourself whenever it comes to any sort of advice you give to them, whenever it comes to what you imagine you want to form as a new human being that you either gave life to or adopted. Yes? You will question what sort of values you want to imprint on them that you actually want them to stay with. And if enough parents question, how much of it is ideological brainwashing versus how much of it is things they actually believe in, we will just organically be creating better humans, and therefore humans more highly likely to be class conscious. Yes? It doesn't organize, agitate, absolute preach, absolute truth. But it doesn't have to come in at such a late stage. If you make sure to not impregnate your child's brain, yes, that was a sentence I used, with capitalist ideology from an early age, they will organically enter class conscious mentality and understand, because at home, they were introduced that all this shit they see around them is not normal, right? So they will be less likely to grow up into a human being that's like, yes, let me just pursue hierarchical growth. I'm going to be the HR director that fires 100 people and doesn't feel bad about it. Yeah?
Regret it because they sense that they were forced to abandon themselves. Yeah. And so, again, I would remove the word courage and ask, instead of judging them for lacking courage, I would say, what happened to them? Because again, no infant lacks the capacity to express their emotions.
Yeah.
So if they lose it, it's because they learned that they had to.
In terms of something practical around this point, Gabor, if there's any parents listening and their kids, let's say, sometimes get angry or have a tantrum, or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Of course, there is a certain conditioning in our modern, certainly in Western society, about what one should do about that.
Yeah.
Given your view in terms of what is important for a child and what you've just said, what would you encourage a parent to do when their child is, I was going to use the word playing up, but that's a ridiculous term because playing up is a societal construct. The child is just expressing emotions. We're calling it playing up because we don't like what it's doing or what the people next door are thinking or whatever it might be, right?
Okay, they're hitting it. They're just calling it social constructs. But yes, absolutely. And they are social constructs. But they're social constructs informed by the status quo.
North American term is acting out.
Acting out.
Yeah, do they use that phrase here?
Yeah, they do. They use this phrase here.
Yeah.
So going back to that, the parent who may be struggling but wants to be a better parent, wants to go, actually, you know what, Gabor, I really want to make sure that I allow my child to express their emotions.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice for me? What would you say to them?
No, I do. Well, so, there's, we can talk about 3 modes of parenting. One is the permissive parenting, where you allow any behavior and you don't interfere, that's the worst thing you can do. Kids needs to.
But that is allowing them to express themselves.
Yeah, but there's a difference.
Okay.
They might express themselves by hitting their sibling, for example. And don't allow that. Kids need to feel that some.
Yes, and by letting them completely go, then there's an even greater chance that they will just eat up whatever, because they have to learn from somewhere. So they'll learn from the street, and the street will teach them all the classics of the current status quo, which might makes right. Your purpose in life is to climb the ladder higher, etc., etc. Like, it is your job to try and minimize but not too much, of course, the potential damage to their fledgling ideals as you can, okay?
Somebody's in charge.
Yeah.
Parenting is not a democracy. It's a hierarchy. In a hierarchy, there's a dominant force. The parent dominates the child not to exploit or to suppress, but to nurture and to support, so that, you live in Manchester, and I don't know how cold it gets in Manchester, but if you have a 1-year-old child, they don't get to vote on whether they get to crawl outside in the wintertime in Manchester, naked. The parent says, no, you don't go outside naked. You have to put clothes on. That's just how it is. It's a hierarchy. It's not a democracy. The 1-year-old doesn't get a vote on being born into the slush and the snow in the middle of December.
Thank you, Rami Jer, for the resub. Welcome, my beauty. 3 months. Motherfucking legend.
Or whenever. So that's permissive parenting. That's not very good. Then there's repressive parenting, which some experts that we've talked about advocate. That's authoritarian parenting. In between them is the golden mean. So there's permissive parenting here, authoritarian parenting here, then there's authoritative parenting in the middle. Authoritative parenting is I'm in charge. I know what's good for you. I'm the authority. So I know what to do with you. So if a child is upset, you say, oh, you're upset. You're angry with mommy. Mommy wouldn't let you have a cookie before dinner. Yeah, you're really upset about that. Yeah, well, come here. I know how you feel. In other words, you validate the emotion. You don't punish the child for it. And you hold the child, because the child needs to learn that they can go through these difficult emotions and get through them.
And still be loved.
And still be loved, yeah. Now, that doesn't mean you let them pull the cat's tail or to break the glass, smash the furniture or hit their sibling. But it doesn't mean you validate the emotions and you hold them. And then they learn, and actually, and it's also age specific. Like, there's no point saying to an angry 1.5-year-old, let's express it through words. They don't have the words. But to a 5-year-old,
he's just explaining on authority to him. Oh, yeah, you could say so, unironically.
You can say, can we find some words for your anger? In other words, you can teach them to express their emotions in ways that are socially appropriate.
Yeah.
So at any age, you have to be age appropriate. But fundamentally, you validate the emotions and you hold the child and you make them feel that you can have these emotions. I don't want you behaving that way, but you can have the emotion, and I'm not going to reject you for it. It's not that hard, and people do it intuitively sometimes.
Yeah, and the impact of parenting like that will be felt for the rest of that child's life.
Well, absolutely.
And that's the key, isn't it? You look around society, it's very, very hard to not make the case that we have to set up society so that those early years are where the kids get good nutrition, they have calm environments, they have present parents. I'm always shocked at the amount of leave that people in America get, or mothers get in jobs in America. I think one of my friends' partners in America got 2 weeks off.
Oh.
Which I 2 weeks off after giving birth?
Well, when I researched the myth of normal, I found that...
That is a completely different conversation to have. That is an even more direct impact of a system that very often is supported by these people that really believe in family values and traditional values, but at the end of the day only believe in nurturing their actual favorite baby, not the baby that they've had, their special child who is very special, which is capitalism itself, because they've been so brainwashed into the religion of capital and capital gain. So they will support policy that completely disallows both the mother and the father, or God forbid, the ones who are the most fucked over, which are the single fucking parents, or even more, the ones who are the most fucked up, which are children left over for adoption, abandoned for this or that reason, by not giving them any actual mechanisms for them to dedicate themselves to this said child and this said family that we care about so much. So even if they have the greatest of intentions, even if they are the most ideologically pure and want to raise a child for all the good reasons and create a human being that is as least broken as can be, they cannot afford to, both materially and time-wise, because they are just in the constant trap of, wage pursuit. That's a more direct and cliche analysis, which we all here know, right? That is why in a more just society, de facto, bringing up children communally and individually in a family and communally by your community, for the lack of a better word, will be far easier, both for from the ideological perspective of what we've talked about here, which is a bit more difficult to understand, but also from just the logistical perspective of you being able to give more time to your child, because we will be organizing a society which is not run by shareholder value, but by, I don't know, helping people actually find what they want to pursue in life and being able to allow them to manifest it.
25% of women in the States go back to work within 2 weeks of giving birth, which 25% of women, now needless to say, this is both economically and racially determined, but it means that it's a massive abandonment of the child. Because from the point of view of the development of enzymes in the child's physiological unfoldment, psychological security, they need the mother for many months. And you try and take an infant away from an orangutan at 2 weeks and see what happens. And in fact, they've done some very cruel studies with monkeys that shows the impact of maternal deprivation at those early ages. Studies that are terrible to read.
And then they wonder why they have school shooters. Fucking exactly.
Read about.
Yeah.
And they prove what? They prove that love and contact and connection is important, something we should have known all along. But the point is that statistic, that 25% of women...
No, don't put like sad emojis in chat. This is not doom or pill. This is, we're learning something about how to influence younger people when we're friends with younger people, or our children one day if we choose to have them. Okay? It's that we're learning. Okay? And we're learning what we want as policy in a better system than this one, or even a reformed version of the system we find ourselves in. Because I've said this 1,000 times, the true carers for family values are exclusively on the fucking left. Because being someone who supports capitalism makes you de facto someone who puts the system ahead of your child. De facto. And that doesn't sound like fucking family values to me.
Women have to go back to work within 2 weeks of within 2 weeks of giving birth. It's a massive abandonment of children. The impact of which will show up in their mental and physical health decades on.
Yeah.
And then they wonder why there's so many problems.
Tomorrow is the yearly prescribing lifestyle medicine course that I've been running with a colleague, Dr. Ian Panja, since 2018.
And I think that is a great point for us, my lovely beauties, ready for World War III, to end today's stream. Thank you very kindly to my awesome mods. Thank you very kindly to all the subscribers. And thank you very kindly to everybody who has joined us today. I have personally really enjoyed today's show. We talked about some fun stuff, we talked about some dark stuff, and we covered a bunch of geopolitical conversation points. We talked about some relatively mild philosophical topics that are, I believe, not too difficult to understand. I hope you learned a little bit. I hope you were inspired a little bit. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. Your boy is going to go and eat the shit out of food. I encourage everybody who is here, who is not
Wonderful.
followed,
A new child soldier.
follow.
Subscriber.
Thank you very much, Joe110. I encourage everybody here who can subscribe and has not to please proceed and do so. This helps make this channel feasible in the long run, and also lets you not watch ads. And I just want to thank you very much for taking the time to be with me today. I really appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow, actually, at the exact same time. Tomorrow, 100% I will be here. And let's repeat this and learn some more and have some fun and prepare our souls and bodies for the impending nuclear apocalypse. Yeah, great way for me to end this. Now, and get dank emotes, of course, which my mods have brilliantly created. And again, thank you very much for my mods. Go to my Discord channel, follow me on Instagram, on Twitter you probably follow me, and you probably subscribed on YouTube. But if you're not, check all those out. The links are when you click about, and you can find them. Discord especially, and Instagram especially, because there you can get immediate updates on whenever I am streaming. And now with that being said, let me raid somebody. Let me raid somebody. I gotta love somebody. And this is our mandatory once a week raid to the person that is inspired, honestly, what I do here, which is the big bad boy Hasanabi. So go, make yourself loud. Our community might be small in comparison to his, but it's definitely, when we count all of us together, much longer, if you know what I mean, baby. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So, mods, tell them what sort of emoji to spam. Go have fun, show them our power, show them our strength, flex on those fucking Turks for a little bit. Call them Turks even. Go in and say, hello, Turks. And thank you again for coming. See you tomorrow at the exact same time. I love you. Stay safe. Bye-bye.